your presentation, the record. I have your presentation, but only in case.
Yes, yeah, that's okay.
At
Good.
the moment, the first in case has been that they have changed the zoom.
Yes.
Just in the last moment.
Yes, I've noticed that.
Yeah. Hopefully, the rest of you, you will also, because at the moment, Juliano is the only one that is not here. Because Gerardo, in your case, there is no problem. You are the last.
Okay.
You are going to have time enough for doing this. And probably, do you have because I don't know if you have the zoom of the audience. Do you have the other one? Because we are going to, now we are going to start. I don't know if it's going to, the signal, I don't know if it's going to come to here, or you have to connect to the other Zoom that I can send to you just in, okay? Leave me a second.
No van en esa línea,
Hello again. Leave me a second. I'm going to, okay. There is no problem because the technicians told me that you can see the thing that we are going to be presented, okay? And then they asked me that during the time of you are not presenting, they say that please switch off the camera. I think that is to have more internet going out or something like this. I don't know why. Okay, then we are going to, I think that we are going to start. And then we do, the problem is that the DG Agri is not around. Emmanuel, do you know something from him?
No.
do you know Giuliano?
Giulio Volpi?
Victor Giuliano.
No, Victor Giuliano, I don't know him.
Okay, it's because when he saw our conference, he asked just last Friday or last Thursday that he wanted to say something. He wanted to give us a message, and
From
the
DG
thing
Agri.
is that he's aware about everything like you and the rest, but
You mean DG Agri or DG Clima?
DG Clima, sorry, Clima.
So yeah. So you mean wait, and it's Giulio Volpi.
Yes, I say Giulio Volpi, yeah.
Okay, because he sent me just a second.
Probably he has not.
I tried to send him the new link.
Yeah, I have
Okay.
sent the.
Yeah. Okay. Now I sent him the new link, so it will probably. I sent a message.
Then
yeah.
We will wait for 2-3 minutes trying to see if he's.
Okay, I'll try to also send a message to him.
Okay. Thank you, Manuel.
Okay, now we should know.
Then what we can do? We can start without him, and then we started the conference, and if he connected, then we can leave him the time.
I think it's going to connect now. I think.
Okay, then I expect. Okay, we expect some time.
Just 1 minute and.
Okay, don't worry.
I will send a message. Okay.
Okay, we have time enough.
Good morning. Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Giulio.
Yeah. Yes, Giulio.
Okay, good. So I guess the conference hasn't started yet.
Jose?
Hello.
Julius arrived, yeah.
Hello, Julius. We were expecting for you. I apologize for the change of the Zoom account, but there has been some problems with the account. I don't know. There's some technical issues that.
No problems. Did you receive my presentation?
Yeah. Then now you are going to start to watch the presentation, the one that the audience is going to watch, and then we will give you the table to present what is your impression about the carbon farming. Okay.
Pero ¿cuánto tiempo tengo para hablar?
10 minutes, something like this. or,
10 minutes.
the time that we have for you and two more presenters, half an hour.
Ok, le he enviado mi presentación. ¿La tienes?
No, but are you going to present by yourself everything? Vas a
No,
utilizar.
because I don't have access to Zoom.
No, not to Zoom. And then what are we going to do? Do we use your presentation?
Yes, I sent you some slides.
Yes, and then we started to move the slides, or
I will tell you next.
okay, perfect. Okay, then leave me a second that I'm going to give the technician this one. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
1 second.
Yes.
Mierda.
Costas, vamos?
Costas.
It's okay.
It's okay.
No digo que Dimitris. I'm going to
Yes, you're going to
begin.
start, yeah.
Yeah. Hola, buenos días a todos, a los presentes y a los que están escuchándonos online hoy. Quiero daros la bienvenida a estas jornadas finales del proyecto Life Geocarbon, que van a tener lugar hoy y mañana en esta sala. Me gustaría presentaros a Dimitris. Dimitris es el coordinador del proyecto Life Geocarbon en Grecia y va a estar con nosotros durante toda la jornada y os dará la bienvenida al proyecto también. Al otro lado tendría que estar sentado José Antonio Pascual, pero está haciendo otro tipo de cuestiones con el resto de los ponentes. Él es investigador de CEBAS de SIC y junto conmigo, que yo también soy, perdona que no me he presentado, soy Margarita Ross del CEBAS de SIC, somos investigadores que es partners del proyecto de Life Geocarbon y nada más, con ello voy a proceder a comenzar. Quería comentaros que este proyecto es un proyecto preparativo del cambio climático que está cofinanciado por el programa LIFE de la Comisión Europea con un presupuesto de 656.588.000 euros. El objetivo del proyecto es establecer procesos y extraer datos para la realización de una futura herramienta de cálculo de agricultura del carbono. Ya sabéis que la Unión Europea se ha propuesto liderar la lucha contra el cambio climático, la protección de la biodiversidad y la sostenibilidad de los cultivos, por lo que ha propuesto estrategias como la agricultura del carbono. Es decir, el uso de manejos sostenibles del suelo para minimizar las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y almacenar carbono en el suelo. Esta agricultura también incluye una parte económica, quizás muy importante para los agricultores, donde se pretende pagar a los agricultores que hagan sus deberes y así apliquen sus manejos sostenibles a través de créditos de carbono. Para ello, y saber más acerca de toda esta agricultura del carbono, vamos a debatir sobre este tema hoy y mañana. Principalmente hoy tenemos diferentes perfiles de ponentes, desde investigadores que han realizado este proyecto, representantes de diferentes asociaciones agrarias españolas y empresas de soluciones tecnológicas para los agricultores, así como representantes de la Unión Europea sobre la acción del clima. Sin más, paso la palabra a mi compañero Dimitris para que os dé la bienvenida a estas jornadas finales del proyecto Life Geocarbon. Dimitris.
Yes. Good morning to everyone. Thank you very much for this final conference event, for the organization for this final conference. I would like to especially thank Jose Antonio and Marga for their kind collaboration, for the kind intention to organize this special event, the final conference of Life Geocarbon. I'm very happy to be here with you, and I am very happy because the final conference is held here in Murcia. The Life Geocarbon is a preparatory project of European Commission under the Life program of European Commission. It is a project where we tried about 2.5 years. We tried to see how sustainable management practices, how carbon farming practices could lead to sequester soil organic carbon to soil organic carbon in the soil and to prevent CO2 emissions in order to mitigate climate change. Also, in this project, we try to find how soil management practices can lead us to calculate, to find a carbon farming calculation tool, a tool that we can directly measure the CO2 emissions and the soil organic carbon sequestration. Actually, in this project, it is a preparatory work for a future initiative to calculate, to do a calculation tool. And this is a work that we're going to do after Life Geocarbon, so as to give to the farmers and to any people that they're interested in, especially policymakers and decision support people, to give tools for their daily use in calculating how their soils, how their soil management practices can sequester carbon. These words by me. Thank you very much again for coming. Thank you again, Jose and Marga, for their kind support, for the kind support of organization this event. And I would like to say congratulations, the good and to wish to have a successful event during these 2 days of final conference and the international workshop for Life Geocarbon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dimitri.
Ahora le doy el paso a mi compañero José Antonio Pascual.
Sí, bueno, yo lo único que voy a simplemente daros la bienvenida a todos. Por supuesto, agradecer a Life por haber financiado este proyecto y por supuesto también a Dimitri por estar aquí. Y como más o menos la idea que yo he concebido de este proyecto desde que he empezado es que esto es por y para una agricultura más sostenible, y desde ese sentido me incorporé desde el primer día a la iniciativa. Creía que era muy importante el que llegase precisamente al sector agrícola, y por eso vamos a tener aquí una parte importante de lo que es la agricultura en España, al menos 2 de las asociaciones más importantes, Asaja e UPA, y en principio la idea es lo que os comento, es una oportunidad para la agricultura sostenible y ahí es donde nosotros apostamos. Por último, decir que estas presentaciones son online y presenciales, y consideramos oportuno también, y así lo hemos hecho, el hacerlo en versión original, digamos en el idioma, trayendo a los ponentes que hemos considerado más importantes dentro de la agricultura del carbono, y lógicamente también pues, que eso se pueda traducir al español, pues para que pudiese llegar a la máxima audiencia. Muchas gracias por estar todos aquí y espero que estas jornadas sean lo más... lo mejor que puedan ser para vosotros. Muchas gracias. Doy paso a Alfonso Gálvez. ¿De acuerdo? Muchas gracias. Ay, perdón. Es que como ahora la primera ponencia, perdón, Alfonso, la primera ponencia es de Víctor Juliu, que va a hacer la presentación en streaming. ¿De acuerdo?
Okay, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So thanks a lot for the invitation. I'm Giulio Volpi. I work in the land economy and carbon removal unit in DG Climate Action of the European Commission. I'm coordinating the negotiation on the proposal for a EU regulation on carbon removal certification. And so I'm very happy about this event today because what you are doing is indeed to develop tools and calculation protocols for calculating carbon removals in soils, which is a very important element, which will support the development of carbon removals. Next slide, please. So the Commission last November presented a proposal to certify carbon removals, to create a certification framework for carbon removals at European level, because in order to achieve carbon neutrality, we need, of course, first and foremost, reduce emissions of greenhouse gas emission, but also double the share or the amount of carbon removals. Next slide, please. And while the conference today is mainly about carbon farming, so activities in agriculture and forestry. We are going to certify also industrial carbon removals, like bioenergy, carbon capture and storage, and also carbon storage in products, such as wood use in the building sector. Next slide. All these activity need to lead to a net carbon removal benefit. Next, please. Next. Next. So this is the overview of the objective of the draft regulation that we are currently discussing at European level, to set up a first European monitoring, reporting, and verification system for high-quality carbon removals, which will be operationalized through detailed certification methodologies, if you want to call them protocols, calculation protocols for the different types of carbon removal activities. And the objective is to create trust in carbon removals and fight greenwashing. Next slide, please. So in a nutshell, this slide presents an overview of the three main pillars of the regulation. First of all, we are setting out high-level quality criteria on how to quantify carbon removals, how to make sure that carbon removals are additional to business as usual, make sure that the carbon removed is stored for the long term, and also ensure that carbon removal projects deliver on the many sustainability objectives beyond climate. These quality criteria will be operationalized through tailored certification methodologies adopted by the Commission through secondary legislation, which means we call it a European level delegated regulations, which will will be adopted once we have the regulation, the main regulation adopted by Parliament and Council, and once it's entering into force. And we have set up an expert group to advise the Commission on the development of such certification methodologies. The third pillar is the certification process and certification rules, because, of course, we need to have a third-party verification of the claims made by operators, by farmers, foresters, industry, about the amount of carbon removed. And we need to have that certified in a robust and transparent process. Next slide, please. So the next slide shows the 4 quality criteria. The most important one, I would say, it's indeed the quantification, how we're going to quantify carbon removals against a baseline, and following presentation will further develop this issue about baselines, which will be set out by the Commission in the delegated acts. Next slide, please. So I leave these slides for your further analysis, but the key message here is that in the Commission proposal, we cover carbon removals as well as biogenic emission reduction, biogenic carbon emission reductions. So the scope of the certification for carbon farming activities is the same as the LULUCF sector. Next slide, please. And so this is just a slide showing or demonstrating the approach to calculate the net carbon removal benefit through this formula. And basically, the net carbon removal benefit is the benefit in terms of removed carbon of an activity against a baseline, a standardized baseline set out by the Commission, minus the supply chain greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide, please. Who is going to implement this regulation? The Commission will approve certification schemes, which can be set out by the private sector or public organizations. These certification schemes will be responsible for overseeing the certification process. They will appoint certification bodies that must be recognized under member states, by member states. And these certification schemes will manage certification registries in order to make all the information resulting from the certification process available to the public. So there is full transparency. Next slide, please. These slides again summarize the governance of the proposed EU certification framework for carbon removals, where you have the Commission on the top, developing the tailored certification methodologies. Then we have the certification schemes recognized, approved by the Commission that will oversee the implementation of the certification process on the ground in the member states. Let me also highlight that the certification process is focusing on projects taking place in the European Union. So we are going to certify carbon removals generated in the European Union, not in third countries. That's very important. And the certification schemes will appoint, as I said before, certification bodies, which will carry out the certification audits in the different operators at the level of the specific projects. Next slide, please. So in my two last slides is an update about the legislative process, which sometimes is a bit difficult to understand from those that are outside the Brussels bubble. But basically, as I said, last November, the 20th of November last year, the Commission adopted a proposal for a carbon removal certification regulation. This proposal over the last 12 months has been discussed and amended by the two main legislative chambers that we have at European level, the European Parliament on one side and the Council of Ministers of Environment on the other side. And now, tomorrow we will start the so-called trilogue, which is a meeting between Parliament, Council, and the Commission to agree on the final set of amendments to the Commission proposal. And we are very hopeful that we can finalize the official adoption of the regulation in the first quarter of next year. Next slide, please. But while we are negotiating the official, the final regulation on carbon removal certification, we have also started the preparatory work for its implementation. And in particular, we have set up an expert group including more than 70 experts on carbon removals from all over Europe, including experts from the main stakeholder groups, so the farming world, foresters, industry, certification bodies, academia, NGOs, and representative member states. We had organized already 3 plenary meetings of this expert group, where we discussed the best practice for certifying, on one side, carbon farming activities, for certifying industrial activities, as well as long-lasting products, storage in products. And the objective of this first year of the works of the expert group was to map out, the existing certification methodologies and with the objective of next year starting the specific discussion on possible certification methodologies to be adopted by the Commission once we have the regulation officially entering into force. Next slide, please. So this is a slide just showing the works of the expert group. We had a meeting a few months ago on carbon farming. My key message is do participate to the expert group. All the proceedings and the discussions are put online. So even if you're not a member of the expert group, you can follow the works and you can contribute because there are a number of surveys. We want to do this process of consulting experts and stakeholders on the best practice about carbon removal certification in a very transparent and inclusive way. So this work then will, as I said, support the Commission in developing and then approving a European level certification methodologies for different carbon removal activities. My last slide include the background documents, including the proposal from the Commission. And I'm sure that the organizer will circulate these slides so you can have a further information. I thank you very much, and I conclude here my presentation. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Julio, por tu presentación. ¿Hay alguna pregunta en los presentes?
Yes. Julio, thank you very much. Dimitris speaking. Thank you very much for your kind participation of your valuable presentation in our final conference of Geo CARBON. Thank you for that. It is very important after monitor report and verification of carbon emissions. After that, the certification, the EU framework certification on carbon emissions is also important. And I would like to mention how also important is under the EU soil mission, the living labs that is going to be planned and is going to be initialized and 100 living labs until 2030. This is an important mission as well, and I think that if the certification systems will be applied in these living labs that is going to be initialized these years, then the results will be more than ideal in carbon certification. Yes, this is, thank you very much. Again.
Yes, absolutely. The Commission is also supporting through its Horizon Europe research program, a number of research initiatives, including the soil mission, supporting labs and coordination projects aimed at developing and supporting on the grounds research on carbon removal certification. So this all comes together and hopefully will support the upscaling of carbon removals in the carbon farming sector. Thank you.
Hello, Julio. My name is Roberto García Ruiz from the University of Jaén. I do have 3 questions for you. I'm going to... él me está mirando de ahí, ¿no? Yes. The first question, you mentioned about long term. I don't know exactly if you do have a number of years to define what long term what long term understand the European Union. We're talking about 20 years, 50 years, 100 years. The second question is, you already mentioned that the European Union is going to set up the baseline. There is any kind of procedure to, after looking at the baseline set up by the European Union, is there any option that some, I don't know, some sector could ask for another kind of baseline? And the last question, as you already know, there are a lack of harmonization in the methodology to estimate the greenhouse gases emission through the farming operation. I'm not talking about the biogenic carbon, but you know, the CO2 equivalent emission due to the farm operation. The general methodology that's going to be set up by the European Union will include a methodology for the greenhouse gas emission due to farm operations?
Okay, very good, good questions. Thank you very much. First question is the definition of long term. So in the Commission initial proposal, we have not defined long term because we left these to the specific certification methodologies, knowing that different carbon removal activities have different capability to store carbon. So the objective is that we store carbon over the long term, but whether it's 5, 10, 50 or 100 or more centuries, it depends on the different characteristic of activities. So carbon farming, of course, cannot be subject to the same long-term or permanent requirements that you can apply to industrial activities. This said, in the Parliament, the amendments made by Parliament define long-term as 5 years for carbon farming, 50 years for carbon storage in products. These will be subject to negotiation between Council and Parliament. So I cannot say now whether there will be a specific definition of long-term in the regulation. Is something to be seen, I would say, at the end of the negotiation process. Standardized baselines, or baselines in general. The Commission proposal has a default option. The Commission defines standardized, highly representative standardized baselines in the certification methodologies. If data is not available to calculate such a standardized baseline, then the fallback position is that the certification methodology includes a formula, a calculation formula for the operator, so for the farmer, the forester, to calculate his own activity-specific baseline, okay? Including default factors. So we have these two options. Mandatory use of standardized baseline when they are available, and if not, a mandatory calculation formula for the operator to calculate his own project-specific baseline, which of course should be updated every time there is a new recertification process. Last question. I just forgot what was the third question. If you can repeat, or you just remind me the subject.
First of all, thank you for your answers. The third question is if the general methodology is going to be include an harmonized methodology for calculation, yes, greenhouse gases emission due to the farm operations.
Yeah, right. So this is it's a very good issue. We, in the amendments approved or proposed by Parliament, the scope, the certification scope for carbon farming has been significantly enlarged to cover not only the biogenic carbon emission reductions, which were already covered in the Commission proposal, but also emissions reductions from agriculture, including, for example, soil emission reductions, but also methane from livestock management. So again, I cannot say now what will be the final decision on the certification scope for carbon farming. We see that there is a demand from both the Council of Ministers as well as the European Parliament to enlarge the scope compared to the original Commission proposal. Regardless the final conclusion, the Commission will have to develop in its certification methodology standardized baselines and standardized greenhouse gas accounting methodologies for the certification scope of carbon farming. So that might also include standardized calculation methodologies for agriculture emissions. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. ¿Alguna pregunta más? Julio, te quiero dar las gracias por esta magnífica presentación. Te invito a quedarte al resto de la jornada, si es posible estar dentro de tu schedule, y si no, pues muchas gracias por todo.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I cannot stay, but I wish you a very fruitful 2 days of discussions.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Pasamos al siguiente ponente de hoy, Alfonso Gálvez, secretario general de la Asociación Agraria de Jóvenes Agricultores de Murcia.
Buenos días a todos. Buenos días. Ahora sí me toca. La verdad es que se agradece el que haya intervenido en primer lugar el representante de la comisión, porque de esa manera tengo la posibilidad de haber clarificado algunas de las cuestiones que a día de hoy tienen los agricultores y ganaderos respecto a la agricultura de carbono y todo lo que conlleva para mejorar la situación que tienen a nivel de sus explotaciones. El tema de los créditos de carbono es algo que venimos dándole vuelta desde hace mucho tiempo, desde la asociación, desde Asaja. De hecho, nuestra organización a nivel nacional y en las provincias pues, ha realizado distintas iniciativas de participación en proyectos, de puesta en marcha y ejecución de proyectos sobre agricultura de carbono con buenos resultados respecto a la capacidad de absorción del carbono de los distintos cultivos. Hemos llegado a la conclusión con todos estos estudios y participación en proyectos que los cultivos que más capacidad de absorción de carbono tienen pues son el viñedo, el olivar y los cítricos. De hecho, en el caso de los cítricos y estando en la región de Murcia como una de las principales productoras de cítrico, concretamente de limón, pues la interprofesional del limón y el pomelo Ailimpo pues ha hecho un estudio muy interesante sobre la importante capacidad de absorción de CO2 que tiene el cultivo de los cítricos en España. Y yo lo que haría es diferenciar dos aspectos respecto a esta temática, ¿no? En primer lugar, lo que es la parte normativa de regulación y por otra parte lo que es el aspecto agronómico o de manejo del ganado que hacen los agricultores en aras de participar y contribuir a la mitigación del cambio climático a través de la absorción de CO2. En el ámbito normativo hemos visto pues, que en este momento sigue habiendo mucho desconocimiento e incertidumbre por parte de los profesionales agrarios, puesto que los sistemas de certificación que tenemos disponibles a día de hoy son privados, no están dentro de lo que es el mercado obligatorio de derechos de emisiones y las iniciativas que hay a nivel privado, pues aun siendo interesantes y estableciendo pues una serie de parámetros y unos protocolos de actuación para poder cumplir con las exigencias de la certificación de la absorción de CO2, pues no terminan de convencer, sobre todo porque tampoco está claro la compensación económica que van a recibir los agricultores. En ese sentido es algo fundamental el saber y tampoco nos ha aclarado nada el representante de la comisión la cuantía de esos créditos, a cuánto va a ascender, porque a día de hoy la realidad que tenemos en lo que son las buenas prácticas para la absorción de carbono son las directrices que ha marcado la Unión Europea a través de la nueva política agrícola común, y ahí tenemos los famosos ecoesquemas que en la gran mayoría están enfocados precisamente a esa agricultura de carbono. Los agricultores están empezando ya a implementar esas medidas, esta es la primera campaña, y no dejan de surgir pues muchísimas dudas sobre su correcta aplicación, porque desgraciadamente, pues una vez más, la Unión Europea ha legislado de una forma demasiado homogénea para todo el territorio de la Unión Europea. Por eso es muy importante proyectos como este proyecto Life Geocarbon, porque se intenta dar herramientas y tener un estudio más pormenorizado, más concreto de las distintas regiones productoras, y en este caso por los países que forman parte de y son partners y socios en este proyecto, pues se intenta clarificar la capacidad de los suelos mediterráneos en esa absorción del CO2, ¿no? Y las herramientas que se han implementado y se han puesto a disposición del sector me parecen muy interesantes, y vamos a intentar colaborar y hacer que un buen número de agricultores la utilicen para empezar a dar los primeros pasos para que puedan calcular la capacidad de absorción de carbono de sus fincas, ¿no? Como decía, en lo que es la parte del ámbito normativo, hay todavía muchas dudas. Ha habido iniciativas en el ámbito de esos protocolos privados de certificación, pero por fin ha llegado el momento en el que la Unión Europea pues, establezca unas directrices claras, dando cumplimiento a esa resolución del Parlamento Europeo que tuvo lugar el pasado 18 de marzo, ¿no? Y en ese sentido, y como ha comentado el representante de la comisión, pues continúa ahora el proceso legislativo. Los plazos que ha dado pues siguen siendo un poco largos, y el sector está demandando pues que se clarifique cuanto antes cómo va a poder acceder a ese mercado de los créditos de carbono, entre otras cosas por necesidad económica en estos momentos de grave crisis del sector. Hay que tener en cuenta pues, que la situación de los agricultores se ha complicado mucho con ese incremento tan brutal de los costes de producción, provocado pues, por la situación internacional, la guerra de Ucrania, los problemas en las cadenas de suministro, han provocado pues, que haya un incremento en los fertilizantes, en el coste de los fertilizantes, por supuesto de los combustibles, del gasóleo agrícola, y en ese sentido, pues el tener un margen de beneficio razonable es muy complicado. También la situación de alta inflación está provocando una retracción del consumo, lo que hace pues, que haya todavía más dificultades para poner los productos en el mercado a un precio razonable, y en ese sentido pues, las ayudas que establece la Unión Europea a través de la política agrícola común para compensar o garantizar la renta de los agricultores son insuficientes. Por eso es tan importante aprovechar la oportunidad de que con esta nueva regulación clara, rigurosa y de futuro, pues que los profesionales agrarios puedan incorporarse a ese mercado de emisiones y tener una renta complementaria, y de alguna manera se reconozca la importante labor que se está realizando en la agricultura y en la ganadería en esa lucha contra el cambio climático. Desde el punto de vista agronómico de manejo del ganado, pues como decía, se están empezando a aplicar esos ecoesquemas de la política agrícola común, con muchas dudas, con muchas dificultades. Hay que tener en cuenta pues, que de los ecoesquemas que se están aplicando aquí en la zona mediterránea, ha coincidido la entrada en vigor, la aplicación de la nueva PAC con estos ecoesquemas con un periodo fuerte de sequía, y eso hace pues, que determinadas prácticas como mantener cubiertas vegetales o realizar determinadas siembra directa o mantenimiento de esas propias cubiertas verdes, pues sea prácticamente imposible pues, con una situación de sequía prolongada, donde se produce una situación de no nascencia de ese semillado, y por lo tanto no se pueden conseguir adecuadamente los objetivos de mantener esa cubierta vegetal. Por otra parte, desde hace tiempo el sector está concienciado en reducir sus emisiones y se han realizado inversiones importantes, tanto con ayuda como de forma privada, pues en modernización de maquinaria para reducir esas emisiones, en lo que es en los sistemas de riego, dando apoyo con energía solar o fotovoltaica. Con esto quiero decir que los agricultores están concienciados con el problema, saben que la mejor manera de rentabilizar las explotaciones es incorporándose a estas nuevas medidas y tecnologías para reducir las emisiones y al mismo tiempo también reducir costes de producción. Y tenemos que ser capaces de, además de incentivar a los agricultores con la posibilidad de una compensación económica con estos créditos de carbono accediendo al mercado obligatorio, pues que también con esas buenas prácticas mejoren la estructura del suelo y a la larga pues mejoren la productividad y consigan garantizar un buen estado de los suelos para mantener la producción y ser más resistentes a los efectos del cambio climático que ya estamos sufriendo. Como decía, nuestra organización ha participado en varios proyectos, entre los que también se encuentra un proyecto Life. Las conclusiones son muy positivas, pero lo que nuestros asociados, los agricultores, están esperando a día de hoy, como decía, es que haya una normativa clara, que haya instrumentos de medición también claros, y en eso tienen que hacer una labor muy importante y de hecho ya lo están haciendo centros de investigación, como es el caso del CEBAS, para en esa labor didáctica también y formativa en colaboración con las organizaciones agrarias o cualquier otra organización que esté en el medio rural, pues dar a conocer desde el punto de vista técnico cuál es la metodología, cuáles son las mejores prácticas y al final cómo se puede conseguir tener una visión clara de la capacidad de absorción del CO2 de los suelos de las fincas de nuestros agricultores y ganaderos. La verdad es que supone un reto el llegar en las mejores condiciones posibles para incorporarse a ese mercado cuando, como decía el representante de la Comisión, ya tengamos normas obligatorias, pero ahí también hay una responsabilidad muy grande por parte de los Estados miembros y en nuestro caso el Gobierno de España y concretamente el Ministerio de Transición Ecológica, de ser capaces de transponer de forma rápida la normativa europea y dar todas las herramientas posibles y también una normativa nacional que sea lo suficientemente clara y ágil para que se pueda implementar el sistema de certificación y unos protocolos que sean asumibles por los agricultores, que sean entendibles y que al final esa concurrencia al mercado pues esté perfectamente regulada y controlada y con garantías suficientes para aprovecharnos de ella al 100%. Volviendo a lo que eran los aspectos agronómicos, como decía, es muy importante la colaboración con los centros de investigación y de participar en proyectos y hacer transferencia y difusión a los agricultores para, en las situaciones concretas, como decía, determinadas zonas con un agroclima claramente diferenciado, pues saber cuáles son las mejores técnicas disponibles para favorecer la salud del suelo y esa capacidad de absorción de CO2. Y eso pasa necesariamente pues, por, como decía, las buenas prácticas en el campo y trabajar en la línea de aprovechar todos los recursos disponibles que tenemos. Y con esto ahora entro en el ámbito de la economía circular también, de aprovechar desde los restos de las podas con la trituración y su incorporación al suelo, como también la materia orgánica que pueda venir de los estiércoles de las explotaciones ganaderas y también pues otra serie de subproductos que produce el propio sector y que puede reintroducirse en las explotaciones para mejorar la estructura del suelo, mejorar la la fertilidad y, en definitiva, esa capacidad de absorción de CO2. Yo, para terminar, quería insistir en el papel fundamental y primordial que juegan los agricultores y ganaderos, que es la producción de alimentos. No podemos perder la perspectiva en ese sentido, pero si paralelamente a esa producción de alimentos de calidad, que es lo que mejor sabemos hacer en la región de Murcia y en España para abastecer al mercado europeo, estamos contribuyendo con las buenas prácticas a mejorar el medio ambiente, pues bienvenido sea. Y si llega también con una compensación económica que permita cumplir con ese objetivo primigenio de la política agrícola común, que es garantizar la renta de los agricultores, pues sería algo magnífico, y llegaría en un momento, como decía, en que verdaderamente los agricultores y ganaderos están pasando una situación muy complicada, donde estamos viendo día a día cómo pues muchos se están planteando el abandono por falta de rentabilidad, por exceso de presión desde el punto de vista normativo, en el cumplimiento de determinadas obligaciones que en muchos casos consideramos que son absurdas. Y yo creo pues que hay que intentar dar más coherencia, más sentido común a esas normativas que inciden en el sector, y que al final el objetivo tiene que ser, como decía, facilitar lo máximo posible la labor de agricultores y ganaderos en esa producción de alimentos de calidad, y también facilitar las cosas, facilitar el marco normativo, el entorno diario de su actividad para medidas como pueda ser la de los créditos de carbono, pues que contribuyan a la protección del medio ambiente y al mismo tiempo a mejorar su rentabilidad, para garantizar que continúan realizando su actividad, que desde cualquier punto de vista es una actividad que es estratégica, por lo que comentaba, de abastecimiento de alimentos, mantenimiento del territorio y del paisaje, y sobre todo vertebración del medio rural, que sin agricultores pues difícilmente sería posible. Yo, por mi parte, he intentado ser breve, como me han pedido desde la organización, para que la jornada dé oportunidad a que haya más intervenciones y más puntos de vista, y si hay alguna pregunta, pues encantado de respondérsela.
Muchas gracias, Alfonso. ¿Alguna pregunta en la sala? De todos modos, Alfonso va a quedarse toda la jornada de hoy. Si tenéis algún tipo de pregunta o algo, también durante el café se puede discutir. Seguro que está encantado de discutir con vosotros. Quería decirles a toda nuestra audiencia que está online que al lado del icono que de levantar la mano hay una pestaña para preguntas y respuestas, por si alguien quiere dejar su pregunta para cada uno de los ponentes, y a ver si en algún momento pueden responderla, ¿vale? Muchas gracias. Sin más, pasamos a dar paso a David Erice, que es técnico de la Unión de Pequeños Agrarios. Buenos días, David, cuando quieras.
Hola, buenos días, Marga. Bueno, pues nada, buenos días a todos y a todas, y en primer lugar, y en nombre de la Unión de Pequeños Agricultores y Ganaderos, pues agradeceros a ti, Marga, y a José por contar con nosotros hoy, y a todo el instituto, a todo el CEBAS, en una jornada que yo creo que es pues de un nivel de participación muy importante. Con lo cual, bueno, pues nada, pues muchas gracias. Y en segundo lugar, bueno, pues pediros disculpas, porque me hubiera encantado estar allí con vosotros, pero bueno, pues tenemos que intentar aprovechar las tecnologías para poder participar de como pueda ser, ¿no? Bueno, está claro que el tema del secuestro de carbono y su valoración económica, derivada de la importancia que tiene la lucha contra el cambio climático, pues ahora mismo podemos decir que es uno de los temas de mayor actualidad en el ámbito agrario, ¿no? Hasta hace no mucho tiempo este tema tampoco llenaba muchas páginas en medios de comunicación, ni tampoco era una línea de trabajo, vamos a decir, muy generalizada en todo el tema del mundo empresarial agrario. Pero parece que últimamente, bueno, pues es un tema estrella, en el que todos los días surgen noticias que yo creo que en el sector generan tanta ilusión como incertidumbre, ¿no? También un poco como ha comentado mi predecesor en la ponencia, pues ahora mismo existe una gran cantidad de incertidumbre por parte de agricultores y ganaderos por cómo se va a poner en marcha este tema, ¿no? Llevamos ya mucho tiempo escuchando ofertas de empresas que han generado un modelo de negocio relacionado con los créditos de carbono, ofreciendo compensaciones económicas a agricultores por realizar determinadas prácticas que, bueno, pues tienen un efecto de almacenamiento de carbono en el suelo, ¿no? Y como hemos escuchado también esta mañana, los responsables europeos ahora mismo se encuentran inmersos en todo el proceso de regulación de estas certificaciones, y sin lugar a duda, pues desde nuestra parte pues nos encontramos muy expectantes, ¿no? Como se ha comentado también antes, siempre cuando aparecen, vamos a decir, soluciones milagrosas ante problemas tan complicados como a los que nos enfrentamos en el día a día, pues lo primero que hace falta es un marco de seguridad jurídica cuanto antes. Estamos un poco, vamos a decir, cansados, ¿no? de la aparición de mercados alternativos y de soluciones que luego realmente pues, les cuesta llegar realmente al sector, ¿no? Al sector productor. Desde nuestra organización pues llevamos muchos años también trabajando en todo lo relacionado con la adaptación y mitigación al cambio climático, con muchos proyectos innovadores que han intentado ayudar al sector a adaptarse, pues vamos a decir, a la plaga más importante que tenemos ahora mismo, que es la emergencia climática, ¿no? O sea, yo creo que hay muy poca gente, todavía queda alguno, ¿no? Pero hay muy poca gente que pone en duda que nuestro principal reto y nuestra principal incertidumbre ahora mismo pues es esa emergencia climática que tenemos, que a nosotros, por desgracia, pues nos afecta un poco más porque nuestro negocio está al aire libre, ¿no? También es verdad que hace muchos años hemos solicitado que España se convirtiese en ese gran observatorio del cambio climático, por la situación especial en la que nos encontramos en la península ibérica, y porque pensamos realmente que cada euro que se invierta de la Unión Europea en la península ibérica en adaptación, seguro que va a servir para adelantarnos a posibles problemas futuros que puedan aparecer en otros países de la Unión Europea, ¿no? Pero fundamentalmente lo más importante es pues eso, acompasar la puesta en marcha de medidas que nos ayuden pues, a afrontar ese reto que nos encontramos ahora mismo tan importante, y que bueno, pues, la agricultura al final pueda ofrecer ese granito de arena pues, para que, vamos a decir, que el planeta en el que vivimos tenga un futuro un poquito más asegurado a medio y largo plazo, ¿no? Y si en este camino, como se ha hablado hoy, este trabajo nos puede traer pues, algún tipo de reconocimiento en modo de nuevos ingresos económicos, pues evidentemente el sector va a estar encantado en participar en este mercado de créditos de carbono, pues que ahora mismo, a pesar de las diferentes iniciativas privadas que han empezado a comenzar, ¿no? Pues lo vemos demasiado lejano todavía, ¿no? Lo que sí que es importante, y bajo nuestro punto de vista, es que para que este mercado tiene que ser justo, ¿no? Como todos los mercados. Y para que este mercado sea justo, pues es necesario que se cumplan varios requisitos, bueno, pues que de alguna manera voy a intentar ahora exponer, ¿no? En primer lugar, lo que tenemos claro es que este mercado de carbonos no puede dejar en el camino a explotaciones de pequeño y de mediano tamaño, que al final son la base del sistema agroalimentario español. De manera general estamos viendo cómo grandes fondos de inversión están acaparando tierras de manera descontrolada. Esto supone hundimiento de mercados, pero además también supone que el acceso a la tierra de jóvenes agricultores cada vez es más complicado, ¿no? Con lo cual, bueno, pues entendemos que el sistema que finalmente se establezca debe evitar que esto se convierta en un negocio elitista, donde grandes corporaciones o grandes superficies acaparen el apoyo económico que pueda ponerse en funcionamiento, y que además, por otro lado, lo utilicen como una estrategia de marketing claramente para vender mejor sus productos, ¿no? Con lo cual, bueno, pues estamos totalmente convencidos que si queremos que el sistema sea justo, el sistema tiene que tener un apoyo especial para la agricultura familiar, porque lo que la agricultura familiar aporta al sistema productivo español y europeo es muchísimo más grande, más amplio que lo que aportan esas grandes corporaciones. Pero además, el beneficio no debe quedarse en manos de meros intermediarios. Estamos viendo cómo todos estos sistemas al final generan, bueno, pues un proceso de certificación que en muchas ocasiones es más caro el sistema de certificación que el propio mercado, ¿no? Con lo cual, nosotros estamos encantados de que se establezcan nuevos modelos de negocio, pero este modelo de negocio lo que no puede hacer es aprovecharse de un servicio que aporta el sector agrario al conjunto de la sociedad, con lo cual sí que es necesario que el sistema tenga en cuenta estas situaciones. Por otro lado, los sistemas de certificación claramente tienen que entender las particularidades de cada rincón de la Unión Europea. Bueno, yo creo que a nadie le cabe ninguna duda, ¿no?, de que la agricultura en la península ibérica no tiene nada que ver con la agricultura centroeuropea. Aquí estamos condicionados por nuestras condiciones climatológicas, tenemos periodos estivales totalmente secos, temperaturas muy altas y además, como también se ha comentado, los efectos del cambio climático lo que están haciendo es acentuar todavía más esta situación característica de la península ibérica, ¿no? Con lo cual, bueno, pues pensamos que estos sistemas de certificación tienen que entender claramente esta situación y lo que no pueden establecer son requisitos imposibles para cumplir en una determinada zona de la Unión Europea, ¿no? Desde España no podemos establecer los requisitos que debe seguir un agricultor del norte de Alemania, pero al revés tampoco. Y por otro lado, tenemos que tener en cuenta qué ocurre con aquellos agricultores que llevan décadas cumpliendo con los requisitos que ya se establezcan, ¿no? El sistema no puede premiar solo a aquellos que comiencen ahora el proceso de secuestro de carbono. Ya se ha comentado esta mañana, bueno, pues todo relacionado con las líneas de base, pero nosotros entendemos claramente que aquellas iniciativas pasadas que ya han apostado por una agricultura de carbono deben valorarse de alguna manera. O sea, no podemos lanzar el mensaje de que el agricultor no debe hacer nada hasta que no se ponga un sistema compensatorio encima de la mesa, sino que aquellos agricultores que han comenzado ese sistema hace tiempo, pues ahora mismo también deben de tener algún tipo de rentabilidad o de apoyo, ¿no? Y por último, claramente la agricultura y la ganadería es una actividad que es muy cambiante de un año para otro, ¿no? Siempre se comenta, ¿no?, que no hay 2 años iguales y esto es una gran verdad. Los sistemas de certificación deben entender de alguna manera que es necesario introducir flexibilidades, variaciones que están relacionadas con las necesidades agronómicas. Una determinada práctica puede ser muy interesante, muy valorable económicamente desde el punto de secuestro de carbono en función de las condiciones climatológicas de una campaña y a lo mejor en la siguiente pues vamos a decir que puede ser como una locura, ¿no? Con lo cual, bueno, pues esto es necesario tenerlo en cuenta. Yo sé que es muy complicado escribir una normativa que entienda de agronomía, pero este debe ser, bueno, pues uno de los objetivos claramente si pretendemos que la agricultura se convierta pues en eso que nosotros queremos que sea parte de la solución al cambio climático, fomentando realmente unos verdaderos sumideros de carbono. Como no podía ser de otra manera, desde nuestra organización, desde UPA, estamos siguiendo muy atentos este debate porque estamos convencidos realmente de la importancia de mejorar en la implementación de prácticas sostenibles y en este caso, bueno, pues aquellas que van encaminadas a mejorar el secuestro de carbono son muy destacadas. Además es un aspecto que tiene claros beneficios en nuestros suelos agrícolas, en la que somos conscientes de que tenemos un déficit claro de materia orgánica y por tanto, bueno, pues estas prácticas, más allá de que puedan tener esta compensación económica, sí que pueden tener un beneficio muy importante en la salud de algo tan importante para las explotaciones agrarias como es el contenido de carbono y la producción de alimentos. Por ello, pues para acabar, pues como no podía ser de otra manera, nos ponemos a disposición como siempre, de todas las administraciones y del mundo científico para que realmente el sector agrario en España se convierta pues en lo que tiene que ser sí o sí, que es un agente muy activo en todo lo relacionado con la sostenibilidad, con el secuestro de carbono y con el llevar a cabo un sistema de producción de alimentos sostenible a largo plazo y que bueno, pues abastezca a la sociedad europea de alimentos como hasta ahora lo ha hecho y que es bueno, pues, su principal motivo. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, David. ¿Alguna pregunta en la sala para David? ¿No?
Sí, sí, bueno, yo solamente porque tenemos el tiempo muy justo, simplemente darle las gracias, por supuesto, a Alfonso y a David, perdón, y a David, así como también a la Unión Europea. Yo creo que hasta aquí ahora hemos visto la postura de la agricultura, que yo creo que era lo más importante que nosotros queríamos poner encima de la mesa, porque yo creo que todos debemos de trabajar por y para la agricultura. Y esto es un poco lo que la agricultura está demandando, siempre, lógicamente, de un punto de vista político que es o ambiental, que es el que debemos de intentar implementar. Entonces, agradeceros tanto a Alfonso como a David por haber participado en estas jornadas. Y continuamos con las charlas, que vamos con un poco de retraso, que intentaremos ganarlo con el tiempo. A lo mejor el café lo hacemos un poco más corto. ¿Vale? Gracias.
De todos modos, David, te invitamos a que te quedes si quieres. Nada.
Sí, no os preocupéis que intentaré quedarme lo que pueda de toda la mañana. Estaré por aquí.
Vale, venga, muchas gracias, David. Pues sin tardar más, pasamos a la siguiente charla de Manuel Lugato, Project Officer de la Comisión Europea de la Dirección de Recursos Sostenibles. Cuando quieras, Manuel, muchas gracias.
Yeah.
Cuando quieras.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Sí.
Okay. I shared the screen. I'm not able to share the screen. I don't know if you want to share my presentation or if I can. I would prefer to share it. Okay.
Un momento.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I still disabled to share. Okay, now I think it's working. Okay, you can see the screen now.
Sí, pero ¿se puede ver en la pantalla completa? ¿Aquí? Ah, ok. Sí, adelante.
Okay. Thank you a lot for this invitation. My name is Emanuele Lugato. I'm working for the Joint Research Center, which is a DG of the European Commission, but we provide scientific support to the different DG. So we are doing some research which is policy oriented. And in this presentation, I would like to give you an overview of the current, let's say, carbon fluxing from the lands, and also the potential of the carbon farming to sequester carbon, in particular referring to the agricultural sector. And this has been already illustrated by Giulio, but according to the long-term pathway to the neutrality, the land should provide negative emissions, should continue to sequester carbon in the future, putting more carbon in the soils and in the vegetation. But what is the current status of the land, the current emissions and removal in the EU? There was a big project some years ago that ended last years, and they tried to make a synthesis using different methods of the net land fluxes from all the land, agricultural, forests, etc. And they found out that the land has still some negative emissions, which means that the land is sequestering carbon, And this is due mainly to the forest action. The forests are still growing and sequestering carbon, and so what result in a net negative emissions. But we also see that the forests in the last years are losing a little bit of their capacity. For what concerns the agriculture sector's land, it's very difficult to understand the net carbon budget because the agriculture is a very fragmented sector with millions of parcels. So at the GRC, we run complex biogeochemical models which consider the soils, the climates, the different practices that we can implement, the process like erosion. So it's a very complete model. And when we run these models, we see that the agricultural soils in the last 30 years are slightly losing carbon, despite we also consider some good management that were implemented, like the use of cover crop, reduced tillage, no tillage, residue incorporation. So practices that we derive from farm structural surveys, we implemented into the model. But even without these practices, the losses would have been even higher. So the agricultural, according to the model, is slightly losing, the agricultural land is slightly losing carbon, the soils are slightly losing carbon. And this is also confirmed by another study that will be presented by my former colleague next after me, and which is based on indeed on the Lucas points on measurements, real measurements of the soil in Europe. I just wanted to say about this that the model, which is this let's say yellow line, is even more conservative than the Lucas. So it's predict less losses than we see from the data-driven approach will be explained later on. So it's very likely that we provide robust estimations when we say that the soils in Europe are slightly losing carbon. One of the reasons of the fact that soils are losing carbon is certainly the climate change. There could be a reduction in productivity, but also an acceleration of the carbon turnover in the soils. There is higher respiration because the temperature is higher. And this is confirmed by different studies measuring soil respiration in a network. And also when we make projection, we see that the trends can continue. And if the climate change will continue, if the warming will continue, we may lose carbon because it's warm, the climate is warm, and there is an acceleration of the turnover. For what concerns the peatland soils, because our estimate mainly refers to mineral soils, but the peatland soils in Europe are very, let's say, occupy a small share of the land, but they emit a lot, about 100 megatons CO2 equivalent. Most of the emission come from the agricultural and the grassland land use, land cover, in particular because peatlands are drained. And there is a lot of uncertainty of that, and other estimates also suggest even higher emission from peatlands, in particular drain peatlands. And yeah, so in that context, the carbon farming is proposing a new business market where the farmer can be rewarded by applying a benchmark of different practices, like the best use of the mineral soils, implementation of cover crop, catch crop, tillage, the conversion of croplands to fallow to permanent grassland, agroforestry systems, and also the rewetting of peatlands. So, but which is the potential of these practices overall in the EU? Many years ago, so in 2014, before we started even to talk about carbon farming, from the modeling at the GRC, from using the modeling tools framework at the GRC, we already do some scenarios of carbon sequestration with different combination of practices like conversion from arable to grasslands, residue management, reduced tillage, lake cropping systems, use of cover crops, and we provide, as you can see, spatial explicit data of carbon sequestration rate that were generally in lines with some values, these dot lines find in the literature. And of course, some practices has a very high potential, like conversion of cropland to grassland, but there is a lot of social economic constraints, problems on market, of leakage in implementing some of the practices. Other can be more feasible implemented in the farming, keeping the same setup of the farmer, the same management, but they have a lower rate, of course, of sequestration. And when we try to, we do a lot of scenarios on the biophysical maximum potential, but the difficulty is always to somewhat allocate these different practices to the land, because there are a lot of social economic constraints, problem of market if you do something different, problem also of knowledge, because the farmers doesn't know how to apply a new practices, or maybe in the first years it is not effective, you have to wait more, and so the farmer can be a little bit scared to apply a different management. So just indicative to give an orientation, we simulate different allocation of practices, assuming different area share of the area, and we found out some potential in Europe according to 3 scenarios which invest less or more practices. However, I did a very quick calculation now, and with the current rate of losses in Europe, my estimation is that we have to invest at least, let's say, 20% of the land to carbon farming practices if you want to have overall in Europe a net gain, a net sequestration. For what concerns the peatlands, is not much the case of Spain, but it's somewhat now clear that the water table is controlling the emissions, which are here represented, and also overall there is a particular range of the water table going to -20 to 0, so very close to the surface. When we have the water table close to the surface, we can really minimize other emission like methanes and abate a lot the CO2 emission. But again, this implies that we move toward other, let's say, agricultural system like paludiculture. The last slide is that to show you that the carbon farming require the creation of a robust MRV system, monitor, reporting, verification systems. And the idea of the commission is that they cannot, let's say, base only on sampling all the fields that we certify, because it will cost a lot. So we'll try to use different data, different technology, starting from spatial explicit data, the farm declarations, the fact that we can monitoring what happens in the fields by the satellite now, by Sentinel, which is also free, and it's also using for checking for the CAP compliance, and also all this information can also be used to calculate to make a carbon budget in different way. There can be emission factor based approaches, or more complex based, let's say, process based approaches where so also a model is involved. So anyway, this is work in progress that should be somewhat functional to create somewhat robust credits and monitoring the lands, and give more somewhat robustness to the certification. So quickly, I'm going to the conclusion. we see that agricultural soil are a small but not a negligible carbon source with some regional variations. Of course, we have to look at the regional situation in the EU, but overall, they are a small source. Climate change, in particular warming, may exacerbate in the future the carbon losses. We have certainly for the carbon farming, we have as a possibility a prompt effect if we re-wet in organic soils and we reduce a lot of the emission. And sometimes we will not have let's say net gain, net sequestration in the short term. It will require a lot of years to have a peatlands regrowing. But with the carbon farming in mineral soils, we have some mitigation, I mean, net removal, net sequestration potential. But to be effective, it requires a large uptake of measures. And that is my last slide. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you a lot.
Muchas gracias, Emmanuel. ¿Alguna pregunta en la sala?
Okay, I found the camera now. Emmanuel, thank you very much for your contribution to our conference, to our GeoCarbon conference. Thank you, you and Panos Panagos for your kind acceptance. I would like to say that scenarios, especially in a large scale, is necessary to measure the exact amount of shock sequestration and CO2 emissions. But I'd like to mention also that how difficult to measure these things when working in a field level. This is because there is a fuzziness in measuring the carbon inputs or the carbon balance when applying specific soil management practices. It is difficult to apply models, in several models that we're working on. It is difficult to apply in a field level to measure the exact amount of this of the shock sequestration and the CO2 emissions. So I think that special tools like artificial intelligence tools or other tools, remote sensing and precision farming tools is also can also give us an added value to this process. Thank you for your contribution, Manuel.
Thank you a lot.
Una última pregunta rápida, por favor.
Good morning, Manuel.
Good morning.
My name is Roberto. I come from the University of Jaén, South Spain. The data you have presented is basically the net removal, the net CO2 removal from the soil due to an increase on soil organic carbon. The specific question, have you crossed your data or with the CO2 equivalent emission due to farm operations? I mean, to what extent in the cases in which you can see a significant increase in the soil organic carbon annually, do that carbon compensate with the CO2 equivalent emission due to farm operations?
No, our scenario was purely, let's say, biogeochemical. Try to understand the large carbon feedbacks. In other scenarios, we take into account N2O emissions from soils, and sometimes there is trade-off. But we didn't do any LCA analysis in the fields. I guess it should be more a kind of analysis that apparently it will be done at the level of the farmers if a certification will be applied then. also to consider this eventually, let's say, off-field emission.
Ok, muchas gracias, Emmanuel. Te invitamos a seguir en nuestra jornada de hoy y nada más. Pasamos al siguiente ponente. Muchas gracias.
Thank you a lot. Sorry, I have to go. It's a little bit difficult to follow. I'm Italian, but I still can understand some Spanish. Thank you. I have to go in 10 minutes, but thank you a lot anyway for us.
Muchas gracias a ti. Pasamos al siguiente ponente, Daniel De Rosa, investigador en la Universidad de Basilicata, Italia, en el área de sistemas agrícolas sostenibles.
Hello, everyone. So if you can give me the rights of host, I can share my screen. Yes, I'm trying to share the screen, but host disable. You need to enable me as a host.
¿Puede ya?
Y
Perdona, algún problema técnico.
will need the rights to share my screen. At the moment, I cannot share because I don't have the rights. Like it was done before with Emanuela.
Pero la puede...
Good. Yes,
Daniel,
now should
¿puedes
be
ya?
okay. Yeah, now it should be okay.
Vale.
No, it's the host disabled participant screen sharing. I don't know.
¿Tenemos la presentación nosotros?
Yes, you should have, but okay, now I'm the host. Okay, now I can share. Oh, good. Can you see that?
Ya puede.
Yes. Can you see that?
Sí.
Perfect. So, okay, so hello everyone, I'm Daniele De Rosa. I'm a soil agricultural scientist at University of Basilicata, but I'm a former colleague of Emanuele. I was working at the JRC for the last 2 years. So today I'm going to talk about the role of LUCAS in the EU carbon policy, mainly how we use the LUCAS soil survey data to assess soil organic carbon changes across Europe. But before we start to talk about the actual changes, our estimates and our work, I would like to take the attention on this kind of definition. So soil organic carbon sequestration, so carbon farming, is just reducing CO2 concentration into the atmosphere. In my opinion, not really, because increasing soil organic carbon in the soil, it creates a series of positive feedback. For instance, increases soil structure stability, which is a very good factor to contrast, for instance, the soil erosion. Increasing soil organic carbon increases nutrients and water retention. So all this positive feedback provided by the increasing soil organic carbon, direct or indirect, with, for instance, the application of conservation practice, increases the resilience of the production system. Therefore, like a good message to transmit to the stakeholder, I mean, us as a scientist, but to transmit, to kind of promote the uptake of soil organic carbon preservation practice or sequestration practice, is like soil organic carbon, it will also therefore increase the resilience of the production system. And this goes in both ways. So if we mess up with our soil, all the positive feedback, it will become a negative feedback. Therefore, this is extremely important to continue in producing food in the entire soil system. Therefore, giving the importance not only indeed related to climate systems, so in reducing CO2 concentration, but also in increasing the resilience of the soil, it is essential to identify the main drivers of SOC depletion. And the identification of where we are losing carbon and by how much, it is indeed a paramount information for the preparation of agricultural policies, but not just agricultural policies, but also climate policies. So what we have done to assess the changes in soil organic carbon, I guess most of you are familiar with the Lucas Soil Survey. Lucas Soil Survey is the largest harmonized soil survey across the world. It has been performed in 2009, 15, 18, but also in 2022. While for the first three Lucas Soil Survey data are already publicly available, so you can just go on the SDAC website and download the data. While the 2022 soil survey, the analysis of the soil survey are still ongoing. For each soil survey, for the first three, we had around 22,000 location samples and analyzed at the top 0.20 centimeter and analyzed for the main physical and chemical characteristics. Within, we are also carbon indeed was analyzed, soil carbon along other elements. We have some limitation of the Lucas Soil Survey. For instance, the first three Lucas Soil Survey, and again 2009, 15, and 18, only sample and the top 0.20 centimeters. While for the 2022, the latest one, the sampling depth increased up to 0.30 centimeter. In the first Lucas soil surveys, we didn't have soil bulk density, a systematic soil bulk density. So it means like for most of the points or all of the points, we didn't have that. And therefore, it is quite problematic if we want to calculate the SOC stock, because you need to know the bulk density. There are other way to estimate the bulk density, but indeed it is an estimation and not a measure. Another problem that, however, is still ongoing is that the limited management information for each single point. Obtaining information regarding the history of that specific point that you have been sampled, it is extremely important, because if we know that, for instance, in the last 3 years has been applied no-till management, for instance, we could accurately estimate the effect of that management practice and therefore provide a more educated estimate regarding the effect of agricultural practice on soil organic carbon. However, despite all of this limitation, Lucas remains the only soil survey across Europe. And another particular characteristic that provides the usefulness of this survey is that some points were sampled over time. So, which means that we are able to track the progress over time, the progress, let's say the trend of, in this case, soil organic carbon, but also other element over time. Indeed, there are some points sampled in 2009, 15, and 18, same, and also 2022, same points. So we used this data from this repeated point location. So instead of to model, because again, Lucas Soil Survey is a point data set in this case. We wanted to obtain a gridded information. So for instance, a raster, a map for the Europe. So we needed first to train a model with this repeated point location. And once we validated our model on measured delta in this case, which is nothing more than the difference between a SOC of 2018 minus SOC of 2009, we used the gridded covariates that we used, for instance, that we used to train our model to extrapolate our assessment on the drivers across Europe. So the main question, sorry. So the main question that we answered is how much we have lost in the past decade. So sadly, we estimated that we have lost around 0.75% at the top 0.20 centimeter between 2009 and 2018. At the first look, this 0.75% doesn't look much. However, if we convert in million tons, we reach around 70 million tons of carbon, which is equivalent of 28 millions of CO2 equivalent per year, which is a huge amount of CO2 emitted per year. As you can see in this slide, the main losses, let's say the highest losses were concentrated in Northeast Europe, where also this particular the particular condition of the soil, which has a very high sand content, kind of promoted the loss of soil organic carbon. While for the Mediterranean region, we didn't see huge losses, however, constant negative losses between -1 tons to 0.5 tons. However, in the Mediterranean region also correspond the region where the benchmark, so let's say the baseline, is also the lowest across Europe. But which were the main driver influencing the changes of soil organic carbon in this decade between 2009 and 2018? Land use. So here is nothing new, but it kind of confirms once again the role of continuous grassland in promoting soil organic carbon increase. So continuous grassland promoted SOC increase, while continuous cropland promoted the loss of soil organic carbon, however, at a very small magnitude. But importantly, the translation from cropland to grassland, even transitory grassland, for instance, like if we include a 2-3 years rotation with a grassland within a 5 to 7 years crop rotation, it could provide us an increase in soil organic carbon. Initial SOC stock, initial condition, when, for instance, when we start our carbon sequestration project, so initial soil organic carbon plays a crucial role. In this case, we could interpret this kind of influence as soil that have high initial soil organic carbon with very low clay are more prone to lose carbon, while soil with higher clay content are more prone to preserve or, in a way, store carbon. Here, regarding the climatic condition, I mean, again, nothing new, and confirms the negative effect of very high temperature, but also very low rainfall. So what does mean this is that, of course, with high temperature and low rainfall, I mean, we produce less biomass, but also we accelerate soil respiration. And, you know, in this condition, therefore, soil organic carbon is quite difficult to accumulate or to preserve soil organic carbon. So after our study that, you know, the identification of the main drivers, we asked ourselves, okay, but how we can use this information for future plan to inform policymakers, but also to inform stakeholders what is more convenient, for instance, the conversion of cropland to grassland, and how much do I need to convert to obtain net zero, so the losses are equal to gains across Europe as a community, and therefore, which is the best trade-off? So which is the minimum amount of cropland that I need to convert in grassland, also non-permanent, but for instance, transitory grassland. So which is the minimum amount that I need to convert to obtain this delta zero? So here we presented, first of all, two rather utopic scenarios. The first one is we asked ourselves, what if we convert all the grassland across Europe to cropland, which is how much we are going to lose? So we are talking about the conversion of around 47 million tons across Europe. So we estimated that in a 9 years period, we could lose up to 4.8% of our initial soil organic carbon. And by initial, I mean the soil organic carbon from 2009. But another utopic scenario, just to understand the potential of soil organic sequestration by simply converting cropland to grassland. So what if we convert 160 million hectares? Again, this is extremely utopic scenario because food production must be maintained across Europe. So what if we convert 116 million hectares across Europe? So we estimated that we could increase our soil organic carbon in a 9 years period up to 12%. However, a more realistic is like, which is the minimum amount and where is more convenient to convert cropland to grassland to achieve the net zero? So our study identified that by converting only 7% of the cropland to grassland in a 9 years period, by 7% I mean 7% within each member state and former member state, in this case UK. So within each member state, if we convert 7% of the cropland to grassland, we could reach net zero SOC. However, of course, this study, like any other study dealing with estimates at this scale and temporal changes and so forth, has a great deal of uncertainty. So we used a generic set of predictors. So again, we didn't use any activity data, which in my opinion are fundamental to understand the drivers of SOC losses, but also to plan for future action. Another problem is that we have a high uncertainty when we project beyond the observed time frame. So we used a data-driven approach, and like any data-driven approach, these methods are sensitive to the dataset boundaries, and by dataset boundaries I mean sensitive to the observation itself. However, the usefulness of this study is that it gives you for the first time high spatial confidence of soil organic carbon losses at the spatial scale, and therefore it could be used as a baseline. So if you want to know more about this study a bit more in details, you could consult this article just recently published. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Daniel. ¿Alguna pregunta en la sala? No. Pues muchas gracias, Daniel, por tu presentación. Te invitamos también a que pases el día con nosotros y puedas estar online, ¿de acuerdo? Muchas gracias por tu presentación. Hasta luego. Pues, aunque vamos con muchísimo retraso, vamos a pasar a la última charla antes de desayuno. Philippe Birker, de la organización Climate Farmers.
En principio, la charla va a ser, o sea, está grabada y la vamos a pasar. Y luego aquí en la sala está de Climate Farmers, está María Brown, levanta la mano, para luego cuando tenga que presentaros o contaros cualquier cosa pues en el café, podemos departir con ella porque creo que me ha dicho que va a estar toda la mañana, ¿no? Muchas gracias. Estamos preparando la charla porque la mandó Philip anoche porque quería haber estado en persona, pero por circunstancias al final la tuvo que mandar grabada.
Hello, everybody. Unfortunately, I cannot be discussing today in person with you, but I'm sure you're in very best hands with Maria, who can answer any questions who are coming up to this. And it's definitely my absolute honor to share today a little bit about the work that we're doing with climate farmers, and especially our theory of change on what we believe needs to happen in order to scale regenerative agriculture in Europe, which is the mission that we're having at Climate Farmers. And I hope we can add a little bit to the conversation that you're having today. To kick off with, I think this is something that probably most of you are aware of, but just to touch point on it again, the agricultural system as it is existing currently is clearly showing that it's failing humanity at the current state. It is responsible for 24% of all greenhouse gas emissions, and it is a central player in crossing the planetary boundaries, which are making it impossible for us to manage life as we know it on our planet. Especially here is the issue of biodiversity loss due to the usage of chemical inputs and of practices such as plowing, which are very common in our industrialized agricultural world in Europe. At the same time, we do know by now that regenerative agriculture is the answer to many of the issues that we're facing in our agricultural system. And this is ranging from the issue of rising fertilizer prices to the insecure weather patterns, and also nutrient density of our farms, as well as aforementioned climate things. The three key components of regenerative agriculture that I usually talked about is the potential of carbon sequestration, as well as the before mentioned building of biodiversity and the possibilities of reversing erosions. I think we all have been following the weather phenomena that have been happening in Europe in the last few years. And my hometown, Gartenkirchen in Western Germany, for example, has been a victim of flooding. And in 2019, this has caused 31 billion euros of damages in Germany and the Netherlands. And these floodings would not have happened if we would have healthy soils. So we know that Regen Ag is the right way forward. However, we also see that it is still not happening. When I personally went on the path of regenerative agriculture back in 2017, 2018, I was looking for farmers which are practicing regenerative agriculture, and I had a very hard time finding them. In the end, I found 60 farmers across 9 countries, and this was also only with a lot of looking. By now, we believe that we have several thousand, probably somewhere between 10 to 20,000 farmers practicing regenerative agriculture in the European Union. However, this is nothing compared to the 10.5 million farmers that we have. And we believe the reason for that is that it still misses the essential infrastructure for scaling it. What do we mean when we're speaking of scaled regenerative agriculture as climate farmers? Well, on the one hand, our goal is to get 10% of all European farmland under regenerative management. We believe that if we get there, then we will see an avalanche effect happening. Why? Because farmers are not impressed by PowerPoint presentations. Farmers are impressed when they see that something is happening in practice. And one of the things that we're doing as climate farmers is we're bringing farmers on farms. And if farmers can see on those farms that regeneration in practice is working in an ecological and an economical sense for farmers, then we think many other farmers will convert as well. So as soon as we see 10% of all farms under regenerative management, we believe that most farmers in the European Union will have a farm that is relatable to their own context, which is practicing regenerative agriculture. And from that on, they can be inspired to go on a similar journey. At the same time, farms are businesses. They need to run profitable. And if we want farmers to transition at scale, then we need to show that it economically makes sense for them to transition towards regenerative agriculture. Once the economical case is there, we believe that farmers and industry will convert automatically. So how do we get there? We identified two prime levers in order to enable this. One is around knowledge. The other one is around finance. In terms of knowledge, the key thing that we are focusing on is what we call a mindset shift. In our current agricultural systems, farmers are almost exclusively paid for the yield that they're having. They do not get more money for providing more nutrient-dense food, and they do also not get paid for ecosystem services which they're providing. So the first thing that we have to do is we have to shift the mindset from a focus on yield to a focus on soil health. Because if we are building up soil health on farms, then we will get all the other benefits of regenerative agriculture as a result of this. On the other hand, we believe that we need to finance farmers for these ecosystem services. Before we can do that, we need to measure them. So we're working on figuring out what is regeneration, what are the indicators of regeneration, and how do we monitor them? And then we need to pay them for this as society. I would love for governments to step in there. I personally believe that the common agricultural policy should be giving money to farmers based on an outcome-based measurement of ecosystem services that these farmers are providing, and not lump sum payments as we have it right now. However, we're still far away from that. As climate farmers, we're actively working with partners such as the Club of Rome in order to lobby in Brussels for an inclusion of ecosystem service payments in the new common agricultural policy, which is going to start in 2027. And we're always looking for allies on that one. So if you have an interest in working on this, please get in touch with me or with Maria. But until then, we see right now the private sector as the one that is willing to pay farmers for these ecosystem services. So this is also what I will be focusing on in this presentation, because this brings us to our Carbon Plus program. Now, I definitely want to point out here that I don't like a focus on carbon. I think carbon is not more important than any of the other ecosystem services which are coming out of regenerative agriculture, such as biodiversity increase, soil water storage capacity, or nutrient density. But unfortunately, we are living in a world where we're having a very hard time getting farmers paid for biodiversity or for soil water storage capacity. We are trying to change this, but we're not there yet. But it's quite easy to get farmers paid for storing carbon in the soil. Most companies in the European Union nowadays calculate the carbon footprint, and this means that they also have an interest in compensating for the carbon footprint. Now, on the voluntary carbon market, we have the situation that you can buy relatively cheap carbon credits, but those are usually coming from the global south, and companies don't have a direct connection with these carbon credits. What we are doing is we're connecting them on a local level to farmers in their area, and we enable them to visit the farmers which they're supporting by buying these carbon credits, so that we're able to sell them for these farmers for 50 euros a ton, which is quite the premium price. So what does the program exactly entail? Obviously, money is not everything. So what we're doing when farmers are entering our Carbon Plus program is we're also supporting them with knowledge and a community. One of the things that I was amazed by when I was on my journey through Europe visiting regenerative farmers was that most of these European pioneering regenerative farmers did not know each other. So as climate farmers, we set out to bring these farmers together and to connect them for a sense of community and belonging. We tried this as a tech startup to do it in many different fancy ways, like bringing them on Slack and Mighty Gatherings and all of these platforms, which horribly failed, of course, because you probably know this already. Farmers are on WhatsApp, and they like WhatsApp, and they don't like to log into any other platforms. So we're meeting them on WhatsApp, and we have local and European-wide WhatsApp communities where the farmers are exchanging best practices with each other. We also organized 2 conferences for farmers in Europe's only farmers-owned castle in southern Germany, where we brought the leading farmers from 20 different European countries together to exchange with each other. We wrote a manifesto for these farmers, and we started the first steps of EARA, which is the European Alliance for Regenerative Agriculture, which is now bringing the farmers' voice directly to the European Parliament and helping farmers to have a voice in the transfer of the current agricultural system. Back to the carbon credits. So what we have here is we have the community, we have a knowledge where we match the farmers with consultants, which can help them in the creation of a transition plan, and we sell the carbon credits for them so that they get money to finance the part of the transition costs which they're having in the transition journey. We usually estimate that the transition journey takes around 2 to 4 years. The partnership that we have with farmers is usually for a 10-year period. So what is a carbon credit? For us, 1 ton of carbon, which is sequestered in the soil, equivalents 1 carbon credit, which we're selling for these farmers. How can farmers achieve this? Well, obviously, as you probably also know already, regenerative agriculture is highly context specific. So what we're doing here essentially is we're looking together with the farmer what makes most sense in his or her context to implement some of the practices which we're working with is cover crops, regenerative grazing, residue management, or also agroforestry. Trees is definitely one of the easiest things to do. We have a lot of amazing partners here. So if you know farmers which want to implement trees on their farm, please get in touch with us, and we can most of the time get these trees paid for them for free. We're also looking at the greenhouse gas reduction activities and at the aforementioned complementary activities related around biodiversity and water management. Unfortunately, so far we're having a hard time getting farmers paid for this, but hopefully this will be changing soon in the future. The way how we're approaching this is we're working with a variety of academic partners together, such as Wageningen University or ETH Zurich. We're working with satellite technology, such as Sentinel-2, and we're also working with modeling. We developed an own carbon credit methodology according to ISO 14064, which was verified by the German verification agency TÜV, and all the data which we are receiving through all these different things, we're feeding back to the farmer so that the farmer can also take better decisions and has a safer journey in the transition towards regenerative agriculture. Where we would love to go to is a fully valorized regeneration credit, where we pay the farmer a whole package for the different ecosystem services. As I said, until now, they're unfortunately undervalued, and we see the main price going towards carbon. And maybe this is one thing that you could all be discussing is how can we extend this discussion from moving away to the carbon lens to actually paying farmers for full-on regeneration. Now, this is one of the examples, one of the farmers that we're working with. It's a special one for me because after having been a vegetarian for 7 years, I visited Francisco on his farm back in 2019, and I decided afterwards to become a farmtarian. So I eat meat when it comes from farms where I've been to and where I fully agree with what the farmer is doing, as is the case with Francisco. Francisco has a 700-hectare farm where he is rotating pigs, sheep, cows, and goats on a holistic way. Through this, he's sequestering major amounts of carbon in the soil. And with us, he also implemented an agroforestry system. He is implementing keyline design, and he started olive and almond growth on 30 hectares of his farm. This was all enabled through the money that we are able to pay him through the generation of his carbon credits. In general, at Climate Farmers, we believe a lot in synergy and in combining skills and then focusing on what makes most sense. So we love to work together with other organizations, especially on the European level. So if you have similar ideas as us, and you also believe that we need to see a regenerative system agricultural system in Europe as soon as possible, then please get in touch and we would love to hear from you. All right, and now I hope you have a great conversation and I wish you a beautiful Monday. Ciao.
Muchas gracias, Philippe. Cualquier pregunta que queráis hacer, os invito a hacerla durante el café a María, por favor, porque como vamos con un poco de retraso, pues será mejor que las preguntas se las hagáis a María en el café. 20 minutos, con lo cual a -5, por favor, volvemos a reanudar la sesión de hoy. Muchas gracias. Perdona, el café saliendo por donde habéis entrado, a la derecha, en el patio, me parece que es donde lo han puesto, ¿no? Ahí.
Bueno, estamos volviendo y simplemente, bueno, ahora antes de darle paso a Margarita para continuar con las jornadas, no quería dejar pasar tiempo sin indicaros lo importante que es para nosotros y para el proyecto digamos, responder a una sencilla encuesta que hemos hecho. Esta encuesta la podéis capturarla con el vídeo que tenéis ahí y los que están online pues pueden capturarla también. Por favor, os rogamos en la medida de lo posible que respondáis a esta encuesta porque es una de las partes importantes que la Unión Europea necesita, digamos, información de base. Y bueno, la forma en la que pensamos el grupo GeoCARBON fue mediante el uso de esta encuesta dentro de otras herramientas como por ejemplo las jornadas que están aquí. Solamente quería decir eso y ya le dejo paso a Marga.
Bueno, pues reanudamos nuestras jornadas y vamos a dar paso a Dimitris Triantakonstantis del Instituto perdón, del Ego Dimitra. Perdón. Cuando quieras, Dimitris.
Okay.
¿Necesita la presentación?
Yes. This next.
Yes, next.
Okay. Hi again. Hi to everybody. My presentation has the title of the Life Geocarbon project, Carbon Farming Support and Future Perspectives. I am from the Soil and Water Resource Institute of Elgo Dimitra in Greece. And as I have said before, I am the coordinator of the Soil Geocarbon. Just an introduction. What is carbon farming? We have already mentioned a lot of these things. Just a quick presentation. Farming practices that aim to sequester carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and store it in the soil. These carbon farming practices produce crops, but also enhance the ability of the soil to capture and retain carbon. Excuse me, can I have a microphone, please?
Yeah.
Because it's difficult to...
Sí, tienes un micrófono. Sí, es better.
Sorry for that.
Maybe you can go down.
Yes.
Aquí, here, it's better.
Thank you, Jose, and I'm sorry for that. Carbon farming includes methods such as cover crops, agroforestry, no-till or reduced tillage, and other sustainable farming practices. Promotes soil health, improves agricultural productivity, and contributes to climate change mitigation. The carbon farming challenges. The important thing for this project is that the lack of information regarding agricultural practices, which are called activity data, is the motivation to start building this project. We have a lack of this activity data. And here I can say that the farmers plays an important role on achieving this kind of data. We don't have a precise understanding of how changes in soil carbon are linked to different ways of managing agriculture. The lack of clarity makes it hard to effectively tackle climate change. Life Geocarbon project wants to involve farmers and use their knowledge to improve the activity data related to how land is used and changed. In this project, we tried to make tools to receive management practices from farmers, and after that, to try to see how we can calculate the soil organic carbon sequestration and CO2 emissions. The aim and objectives of Life Geocarbon. The aim of Life Geocarbon is to gather, update, and harmonize the existing spatial knowledge system, the carbon-carbon balance, at farming level by applying IT-based decision-making tools. The objectives of Life Geocarbon is to integrate geospatial data and farmers' feedback to identify the activity data, influence on the soil carbon balance in Mediterranean conditions, and second, to enhance the participations and involvement of farmers and agricultural stakeholders in climate change mitigation. The main outputs of the project: we have produced a spatial activity data acquisition tool. As I said, the activity data now can be we can have it from the farmers using this cultivation management practice tool. It is a tool that you can go to the field. Every farmer can have it in their mobile phone and the activity data and their position of the field on a map. This tool is translated to the Italian, Portuguese, Spanish, and Greek language. This data acquisition tools contains the activity data of fertilization, the type of fertilizer or organic amendment, the incorporation of plant residues, the cover crops, the tillage, the depth of the tillage, the grazing, the crop management systems, such as crop livestock, silvopastoral, or agroforestry system. The other output, the other important output is the geodatabase in Greece, Italy, Spain, and Portugal. This is the data that we have put on the map from these 4 countries that are participating in the GeoCarbon project. It contains, the geodatabase contains the Elgo soil database from Greece, the Life Sage 10 database from southern Greece, the Carbosol database from Spain, the SageNet also from Castilla-Leon area from Spain, the InfoSolo database from Portugal, the Italian database from Tuscany, Basilicata, and Emilia-Romagna regions, and also the maps of soil organic carbon stocks and soil organic carbon sequestration potential maps, and also the salt affected soils map of Greece and Italy. After having the activity data, then the next step was applying a model, the Rothschild model, this carbon farming model in some fields. I am giving here a study field in Calabria area in Greece with these characteristics. The crop type was pasture. It is grazing. The clay is this number here, and the initial shock, and also without tillage. We can see in this case study the relative shock sequestration for 20 years. Delta shock B, it is the B is the scenario B, and the delta shock A is in the scenario A. The scenario A is the business as usual without any management practice, while the scenario B included scenario A along with the addition of manure to the field, 0.22 tons carbon per hectare per year. In this graph, we can see with dots the shock stock for the 2 scenarios, with blue the scenario A, and with yellow, with orange the scenario B. we can see that in scenario B, the shock is higher than scenario A, as it expected, because of the addition of the manure. And also we see with X points, the CO2 emissions for scenario A and B. And here we also can see that scenario B gives more, it is more than scenario A because of the manure in the field. We did a sensitivity analysis and we found after that data there that the more sensitive parameters was the initial shock and the temperature. The strategy of the Life Geocarbon. The strategy of this project involved collecting data from the project pilot areas in the participating countries through a website created by the related platform. This platform contains maps, and also farmers can use it to add the activity data of the land through a user-friendly mobile application. These photos are photos from the fields that we visited. Some communication and dissemination activities from Life Geocarbon in our countries, in our geocarbon countries, and our newsletter. Conclusions. The spatial data acquisition tool proved to be a good way to obtain data from farmers. There are large uncertainties regarding plant carbon inputs and carbon models. This is a main issue here because we cannot precisely estimate the carbon inputs using different agricultural practices. It is very useful to use them, but it is difficult to measure the exact carbon inputs, for example, using manure or using cover crops or other practices. It is difficult to measure them. That's why we use, especially using ROTC, but using all other models also needs specific parameterization. Predicted soil organic carbon stocks are very sensitive to initial soil organic carbon stocks. It is a conclusion. Some recommendation future challenges. Setting a business as usual scenario is very important and also requires data on current agricultural management practices. More precise data and quantitative data are needed for carbon modeling. For example, did you use cover crop? Yes or no? But if you use yes, if you choose yes, it must be followed the question by which plant did you use as cover crop and which months was it left to grow? It is some other things that we need to cover. We need to have it, to have precisely as much as we can carbon inputs on the field. Plant carbon inputs are especially difficult to calculate, as I have already said. Any quantitative information from the farmer about the crop yield or about harvested biomass could be used to calculate plant carbon inputs. A significant future prospect of this work is the connection to a potential online platform, the Soil Passport. With Soil Passport, farmers and agricultural consultants would have access to their own prediction of shock stocks. And this platform, where the soil data can be stored and managed more sufficiently, would be a significant advancement of implementation of carbon farming. Soil Passport is, I would say, a new a new word, a new thing that it comes from carbon farming challenge. Two more slides about soils format is a Prima project that I am involved in as a partner. It is about harmonization and expansion of soil indicators in the Mediterranean. It is connected with Life Geocarbon. Absolutely, it is connected. It is about soil health. Soils in the Mediterranean and in the region are vulnerable to climate change. And some factors like erosion, salinization, organic matter, nutrient depletion, contamination, loss of biodiversity is important degradation factors. And this project aims to harmonize soil indicators. It is a work that we have already started in Life Geocarbon, but it's going to continue in this project, provided soil data and monitor soils in the region. The objectives is to engage with stakeholders in the Living Lab approach, develop policy relevant integrate. I would say Living Lab in the next slide more than in Living Lab approach. Develop policy relevant integrated indicator sets, generate the first region-wide harmonized soil health data sets, enhance region-wide soil health mapping, and design country-based soil information systems. These are the Prima soils format partners. It is coordinated by University of Sassari in Italy. And some things for the soil deal for Europe. We need to establish 100 living labs and lighthouses by 2030 for healthy soils. The Living Lab approach. Living labs are sites in rural or urban areas where people from various backgrounds experiment and test solution in a experiment and test solution in a cooperative manner. One lab is composed of many sites, okay, working together at a regional or sub-regional level. The difference with the lighthouses is that lighthouses is sites of exemplary performance regarding practice related to soil health. This is the objectives of living labs: reduce desertification, conserve soil organic carbon stocks, stop soil sealing, increase reuse of urban soils, reduce soil pollution, enhance restoration, prevent erosion, improve soil structure to enhance soil biodiversity, reduce the EU global footprint on soils, and finally improve soil literacy in society. This is the specific objectives of soil mission, soil deal for Europe. This is the Geo CARBON project. Thank you for your attention.
Gracias, Dimitri. ¿Alguna pregunta? Pues pasamos al siguiente. Un momento,
estar,
Ricardo.
Hoy con vosotros, aunque en grabación. Agradecer a José Antonio por la invitación. Es una pena no estar presente. Nosotros de Esférico, que estamos en Murcia, pues nos hubiera encantado estar ahí en este evento tan importante. Pero bueno, por temas de agenda nos tocó estar fuera, pero me alegro de poder mandar la presentación así mismo a distancia. Voy a compartir pantalla. Bueno, Esférico es una startup murciana donde nos enfocamos en traer soluciones en formas de herramientas digitales para que los agricultores y los sistemas agrícolas puedan participar de los sistemas de financiación para mitigación de cambio climático, como es el caso de carbon farming. Y quería explicar brevemente cómo funciona carbon farming y de dónde vino. Carbon farming es una iniciativa que empezó a escucharse a partir de la COP de 2015, cuando la organización 4x1000 ha dicho que si todos los campos agrícolas del mundo fueran capaces de incrementar todos los años 0,04% sus reservas de carbono, esto sería suficiente para mitigar todas las emisiones actuales. La manera como se consigue este acúmulo en el carbono son con las llamadas prácticas de agricultura regenerativa o agricultura de conservación, que miran al suelo como un ser que tiene salud y necesita cuidar de su salud con prácticas más sostenibles, y una forma de medir su salud es medir la cantidad de carbono que contiene. Básicamente, para entender carbon farming necesitamos entender lo que es la línea base. La línea base es entender cómo un campo agrícola tiene su reserva de carbono año tras año y las proyecciones para los años siguientes. Lo que vemos sobre todo en España es que hay un decréscimo de la cantidad de materia orgánica en los suelos debido a prácticas como el arado o como dejar el suelo descubierto o el uso de fertilizantes sintéticos. Y entonces entendemos cómo es la proyección del acúmulo de carbono o la pérdida de carbono a lo largo de los años. Y lo que sugiere Carbon Farming es combatir estas pérdidas a través de prácticas que son capaces de incrementar la materia orgánica y, dicho lo mismo, el carbono en el suelo. Y estas pueden ser un conjunto de prácticas, como pueden ser varias prácticas que van a traer escenarios donde la perspectiva de acúmulo de carbono es incluso mayor, ¿no? Estas prácticas son prácticas que son enfocadas en maximizar la captura del carbono atmosférico por medio de la actividad fotosintética o el incremento de materia orgánica, como también disminuir las pérdidas que algunas prácticas generan. Y entonces, en Carbon Farming, el mercado voluntario de carbono está dispuesto a premiar por la diferencia entre la puesta en marcha de prácticas en relación a un escenario llamado business as usual, donde el agricultor mantiene su forma convencional. Entonces, es un incentivo para que se hagan prácticas distintas a lo convencional, y cuanto más resultados se consiguen en términos de acúmulo de carbono, más se va a premiar la agricultura del operador del proyecto. Y entonces me parece muy importante que tengamos claro la diferencia entre un proyecto basado en acción y un proyecto basado en resultado. Basado en acción es lo que conocemos como la PAC, que se paga para que se haga algo. Pero dentro de Carbon Farming, en el mercado voluntario de carbono, necesitamos cuantificar los resultados de las prácticas y solo se va a pagar por los resultados. Y es ahí donde entra Esférico. Esférico es una startup que quiere traer soluciones para la mayor credibilidad de la cuantificación del acúmulo de carbono en los suelos. Ofrecemos todo lo que se necesita para eso, desde el cálculo de la línea base, la estimación de potencial de carbono para la generación de escenarios, el monitoreo una vez que las prácticas están puestas en marcha, y todo lo que se necesita para el registro y la validación de estos proyectos en los esquemas de carbono. Ahora me gustaría invitaros a una acción. Todos aquellos que son propietarios de finca o que tienen dentro de su red o incluso dentro de su cadena de valor, si hay gente de la agroindustria aquí, que pueda acceder a este QR code que nos va a llevar a nuestra página web, donde tenemos una aplicación digital que hace una estimación de cómo un campo agrícola dentro del territorio español es capaz de acumular carbono, y también algunas informaciones sobre la salud de dicho suelo. Esto lo podéis hacer ahora o lo podéis hacer después cuando veáis la grabación, y va a generar un informe como lo que veis aquí, donde se puede generar pequeñas proyecciones de cómo podría ser un incremento de materia orgánica en vuestras fincas y cómo eso se traduciría en potenciales de ingresos. Es verdad que eso es una estimación bastante que necesita una post-validación con tomas de muestras de campo en vuestras fincas para conocer el real contenido de carbono, pero están basadas en datasets públicos donde se puede generar una buena idea de si es una zona que merece la pena invertir en conocer las prácticas y ponerse a registrar un proyecto de carbono. Otra cosa que ofrecemos desde Esférico y que nos parece muy importante mencionar porque no es algo común en el sector ahora mismo, es que estamos enfocados en generar una herramienta de gestión para los llamados proyectos en grupo. ¿Qué son los proyectos de grupo? Son cuando distintos propietarios rurales se juntan para apuntarse a un proyecto de carbono. Esto es muy importante porque hay costes administrativos y costes operacionales que son fijos a un proyecto de carbono y por eso se suele decir que cuanto más es la superficie abarcada del proyecto, más rentable es el proyecto. Pero cuando se trataba de un perfil de agricultores como el del Mediterráneo, donde son varios agricultores de pequeña y media escala, es importante que hayan herramientas que permitan que ellos juntos entren en un proyecto de carbono y puedan beneficiarse de manera junta y equitativa de los beneficios del proyecto. Eso es complejo porque requiere que toda la historia de manejo de todas las fincas entren en un mismo proyecto y requiere que se haga de manera fácil toda esta complejidad de información y es eso lo que Esférico intenta traer como solución en sus herramientas. Un ejemplo de eso es el proceso de estratificación del territorio, donde logramos a partir de un protocolo validado generar lo que llamamos las estratas, que son grupos de fincas que pertenecen a un perfil parecido de acúmulo de carbono para que tenga cada uno de estos grupos una línea base y a partir de ahí puedan empezar a hacer las proyecciones de cómo van a acumular carbono. Obviamente, aunque Esférico es muy potente a nivel de imágenes satelitales y algoritmos para machine learning, toda esta información la necesitamos la información de campo. Y entonces por eso nosotros nos encargamos de tomar las muestras de campo siguiendo los protocolos más avanzados de colecta y análisis para garantizar que la información de entrada en todos nuestros sistemas de cálculo sea la información más correcta posible a nivel del acúmulo de carbono actual en el suelo. También hacemos uso de tecnología para a lo largo de la implementación del proyecto poder detectar si las prácticas están realmente llevándose a cabo, pero no solamente eso, sino que ser capaz de mirar a las prácticas de nuestros proyectos y entender si están desarrolladas en el nivel esperado para conseguir los resultados de nuestras proyecciones y poder corregirlas a lo largo del proyecto para que se alcance el impacto que se espera. Con todo lo que nosotros hacemos, estamos trabajando a la par de manos con los grandes sistemas, esquemas de carbono actualmente en vigor. Somos parte, bueno, yo en particular hago parte del grupo de expertos de la Comisión Europea para la metodología de cuantificación y potencial esquema que se formará a partir de esta metodología europea y hacemos este trabajo en conjunto con distintas organizaciones. Aquí aparecen algunas, pero estamos dentro de un ecosistema muy poderoso europeo de entre universidades y otras organizaciones para garantizar que lo que medimos y lo que entregamos como resultado certificado es lo más correcto posible y lo más rentable posible a nivel de costes. Y quería terminar mi presentación un poco trayendo una reflexión a los que estáis aquí, ¿no? Si sois agricultores, os vais a plantear el por qué me pondría a hacer eso, ¿no? ¿Cuáles son los incentivos? Si son simplemente económicos, de dónde vienen, cuáles son las reglas del juego. Pero también invito a aquellos que sean de la cadena de distribución, ¿no? De la gran industria alimentaria, si hay alguien aquí, a entender que el flujo es ese, ¿no? Hay empresas que necesitan de alguna manera compensar o disminuir sus emisiones y están dispuestos a pagar para que el agricultor sea capaz de removerla de la atmósfera por medio de las prácticas de agricultura regenerativa. No, los incentivos que hoy están es lo que se llaman los informes de sostenibilidad o las compensaciones por emisiones, pero a mí me gustaría mucho llamar la atención para lo que es el insetting. Insetting es cuando una gran industria alimentaria tiene sus emisiones registradas en su inventario y quiere disminuirla, pero en vez no logra disminuirla dentro de su sistema logístico, pero puede pagar para que el agricultor de su cadena de valor ponga en práctica lo que se necesita para acúmulo de carbono en suelo, y entonces este carbono, el crédito de carbono, entra para aquel que lo ha financiado, que es el sector agroalimentario. Creo que es una gran oportunidad de mirar eso con bastante atención, porque aunque aquí a mi lado izquierdo estamos hablando del mercado regulado de emisiones, sabemos que hay una crecida importante en los precios, por lo cual se gestiona el crédito hoy por hoy. Mientras que a la derecha vemos cómo se están generando créditos dentro del mercado voluntario. El mercado voluntario es básicamente basado en las empresas que quieren aportar capital para que haya un impacto socioambiental en su alrededor y pueda enseñar eso de una manera certificada en sus informes. Y entonces, en fin, el mensaje que quería decir aquí es que hay una gran oportunidad de empezar ya a fomentar que estos proyectos salgan, y nosotros desde Esférico somos la pata importante para garantizar que el agricultor sea remunerado de manera correcta por el resultado de sus prácticas y ser apoyado durante el proceso de su proyecto para garantizar la optimización de sus resultados, mientras que también ofrecemos la mayor credibilidad en términos de informes certificados a las compañías que pretenden comprar estos créditos para garantizar que lo que están invirtiendo es real y tiene su impacto en la sociedad y en el clima. Así que nada, muchas gracias. Dejo aquí mi contacto para el que quiera escribirme una duda, y ojalá también pueda hacer espacio y estar presente en el debate de manera virtual, ya que no estoy en Murcia ahora mismo. Así que nada, os agradezco mucho y hasta la próxima.
Muchas gracias, Ricardo. ¿Alguna pregunta aquí en la sala para él? ¿No? Pues seguimos. El siguiente ponente de hoy es Kostas Vitas, vicedirector del Instituto de Medio Ambiente Urbano y Recursos Humanos de Grecia, que también forma parte del grupo de coordinación del proyecto Life Geocarbon.
Hello, thank you for having me in this meeting. Although I'm here, I have recorded. I'm professor on environmental and natural resources economics at Padeion University in Athens, in Greece. And the last 10 years or so, I'm working on the mitigation potentials of the agriculture. In this context, I participated in a Geo CARBON project, and my work in this project focused on the economic aspects of carbon farming. Today, I will present some of the basic economic aspects of carbon farming, which demonstrate the potential of carbon farming as a new business model for farmers and for the whole society. Through carbon farming, farmers can increase their income while preserve their assets, their resources. In my opinion, carbon farming is a win-win business model for farmers, the society, and nature. I will give you an overview of what society is willing to offer for implementing carbon farming and what the farmers require to apply carbon farming, both in monetary terms. Carbon farming could be financed in the framework of the new common agricultural policy through voluntary carbon markets and through supply chain schemes where both businesses and farmers develop a link and provide certified products and receive payment for these products. I will give you some more details about these financial sources. First, about the Common Agricultural Policy. Common Agricultural Policy sees carbon farming as an eco scheme, and such an eco scheme can receive payments through two basic, let's say, categories of payments. The first category is based on the actions undertaken by farmers in order to perform carbon farming, in order to increase carbon sequestration. This action-based category of payments belongs to the Pillar 1 of Common Agricultural Policy, and the payments are designed on land management practices which are applied by farmers. This is very close to the old style of financial incentives developed by Common Agricultural Policy. You make some actions and then you receive some payments regardless of the outcome of these actions. Nobody is estimating this outcome, and you receive your payment. The farmer receives the payment on the basis of the actions undertaken. These kind of payments are very easy to apply by farmers. Farmers of any size can implement such management agronomic practices and receive the payment. They have very low requirements for supervision. Supervision is more or less called as monitoring, reporting, and verifying schemes. And for these schemes, direct payments have very low requirements. And however, there is a negative point in these action-based payments. There is an uncertainty about the actual outcome. The actual outcome in this case is measured in the actual carbon sequestered by the farm when applying the carbon farming methods. For this kind of direct payments under Pillar 1, there are some missing elements which prohibit this, let's say, implementation. First, there are still some missing methodologies for assessing the carbon balance at the farm level, and therefore to assess the actual sequestration induced by the carbon farming activities. Second, in the majority of countries, there are not yet national and regional plans for the agricultural sector incorporating carbon farming. And finally, there is a lack of information, dissemination, and know-how among stakeholders, and especially farmers and agronomists, how to design and implement carbon farming methods. The second category of payments within the Common Agricultural Policy is what is called as a result-based payments, is the Pillar 1 payments. Here, in order to receive a financial incentive, the farm should demonstrate that actually has induced increased carbon sequestration. This kind of payments require high supervision, monitoring, reporting, and verifying schemes. And however, there is a certainty about the final outcome in terms of carbon sequestration. The missing point for the result-based payment is, again, the methodologies for assessing the carbon balance at farms. And such a methodology should address the local conditions, climatic, agronomic, ecosystem, the baseline for assessing the additional carbon sequestration. Again, there are not yet developed national and regional plans incorporating carbon farming within the new Common Agricultural Policy. And finally, again, there is a lack of information, dissemination, and trust among stakeholders in order to implement carbon farming agronomic practices. Beyond the Common Agricultural Policy, farmers could receive financial support through voluntary carbon markets. This is a relatively new instrument which can be applied also in carbon farming. Today is mainly applied to forests. However, there are some concrete, let's say, targets to expand this market system also to carbon farming. These payments require high supervision standards, monitoring, reporting, and verify standards, which to some extent are still missing, now are under development. They require high initial cost for implementation, and this makes them difficult for small farms. From the existing experience from forests and from carbon farming applications in some parts of Europe and in the USA, we see that they give low financial incentives to farmers. At the same time, they require complicated institutional setting, and it's a bit innovative and therefore difficult to apply by individual farmers. They require bigger schemes. Again, here the missing point of this market model, the voluntary markets, is the development of certification standards for monitoring, reporting, and verifying the carbon sequestration. These projects are expensive for individual farmers, and there is a lack of trust and participation and engagement in voluntary markets of inducing carbon farming. The role of geocarbon in this context, we try to estimate what farmers require to implement carbon farming, and especially the compensation, the monetary compensation, the financial incentives they require. We estimated the willingness to accept monetary compensation by farmers to adopt agronomic practices belonging to the carbon farming spectrum. Therefore, we developed a special questionnaire which has been incorporated in the e-tool of GeoCarbon, and through this questionnaire we managed to receive a high number of farmers' opinion, and we also apply this questionnaire in person during the dissemination actions of GeoCarbon. So we have both in-person interviews with farmers and through the e-tool of GeoCarbon. We worked with these questionnaires and we found the following results. The average compensation is 344 euros per hectare, and the differentiation of this compensation among the countries is considerable, I would say. The lower level required is in Greece, here, around 250. The next is in Portugal, around 350. The next is in Italy, around 400. And the highest amount is in Spain, around 500 euros per hectare. This is the amount required by farmers in order to apply agronomic practices belonging to inducing carbon sequestration and therefore implement carbon farming. Some, let's say, conditions which induce these payments. Large farms require lower compensation per hectare. Those farms who expect high benefits because of the yield which is produced out of carbon farming methods, this yield is assumed to be of higher quality, probably could be also organic, etc., require lower compensation because they expect higher benefits arising from the yield. And those farmers who hold a positive opinion about the potential of the agricultural sector of their farms to produce climatic services, mitigation, absorption of carbon, they require high compensation for this ecosystem service, let's say. Now, I would like to come to the other side of this business model. We also have some result of what the society can offer to farmers for implementing carbon farming. These are the results from another LIFE project, LIFE Clima 3. During the Clima 3, we estimated the opinion of consumers. In order to buy olive oil produced by cultivations applying carbon farming, And we estimate what consumers are willing to pay higher for buying this olive oil. Here we have some basic statistics. They are not important for you. The important is this number. Broadly speaking, in average, consumers are willing to pay this amount, around €1.5 per liter, higher price for olive oil produced out of carbon farming cultivations. Then we try to translate this amount in the cultivated area required to produce 1 liter of olive oil. And with some estimations, we come to this important finding is the value consumers, the society, attributes to the area cultivated with carbon farming methods and inducing carbon sequestration. In Greece, this amount is this one, around €1,300. In Italy, this amount is higher, around €1,900. And in Spain, is around €1,100. This amount indicates the value in monetary terms the society, consumers, the citizens attribute to the farms which offer this climatic service, the sequestration of carbon. Sorry. This amount is higher than those required by farmers. You can see these amounts here. So farmers require less money than what society gives to this ecosystem service. This is an important finding, however, needs careful interpretation. It doesn't mean that society is going to give this higher amount through voluntary markets. This just gives us the indication of the value the society gives to this ecosystem service. However, through voluntary market, only a small part of this amount can be given to farmers. This total amount can only be approximated through hybridic schemes where both payments based on common agricultural policy, both on Pillar 1 and 2, and together with carbon farming schemes can approximate this value the society assigns to carbon farming. So, in order to realize good, let's say, effective financial incentives for the farmers, we need to make certain additional actions. First, to develop appropriate for farmers and for agricultural sectors certification systems which make sure that actual carbon sequestration takes place within the farm. We need appropriate monitoring, reporting, and verifying systems. Then we need to disseminate the potentials of carbon farming among stakeholders, among farmers, agronomists, decision makers, etc., etc. In this context, our organization, our institute, plans to undertake an activity and actions. In the next indirect MED call, we plan to coordinate a proposal promoting and disseminating and applying carbon farming in the eligible areas which are presented in this map. We have started contacts with stakeholders from around all this Mediterranean area, and taking the opportunity of today's interesting meeting, I would like to ask you, those who are interested, to contact us in order to design an effective project which can support our farmers, can support the design of coupled agricultural and climate policies, and enrich the sustainability in the Mediterranean region. With this, I will close. Thank you for your attention, and especially thank you, the organizers, for this extremely important conference, which addressed the potentials of carbon farming in the ultimate stakeholder, our farmers. Thank you. So I'm here if
Muchas gracias, Costas. Creo que ha sido grabada, con lo cual él no está online. No sé si está online o no. No, ¿verdad?
Yes, I'm here.
Bueno, pues entonces pasamos a la siguiente ponencia. Tristano Bachetti, director del SAE Innova. Ah, Costas. Hola, Costa.
Yes, I'm here. Hello. I'm here.
Pensaba que no estabas.
Thank you for this extremely important meeting. If somebody wants some clarification or whatever, I'm available now.
Creo que no, Costas. Lo has dejado todo muy claro. Muchas gracias y te invito a que te quedes hasta el final de todas nuestras ponencias. Gracias, Costas. Pasamos al siguiente orador de hoy. Como he dicho, es Tristano Bachetti, director del SAE Innova.
Y agradecer muchísimo la invitación. La verdad que es una pena de no estar allí, que nos pilló al exterior. Me habría encantado para poder estar porque nos parece una jornada muy, muy interesante, muy en línea con el trabajo que estamos haciendo, y habría sido un momento para poder compartir con vosotros de las oportunidades que la agricultura de carbono nos brinda. Espero que podamos tener otras ocasiones para poder hablar en persona pronto, pero bueno, al final os dejaré mi contacto por si queremos seguir la conversación online. Voy a compartir mi pantalla, un segundo solo. Vale, en esta presentación voy a voy a hablar de un concepto que a nosotros nos parece muy interesante, que es básicamente juntar lo que es la agricultura de carbono a lo que se llaman los Living Labs, que luego veremos dentro de la presentación su definición y por qué pueden ser interesantes en ese caso. Pero primero, una pequeña mención. Bueno, yo soy un agrónomo, un doctorado en microbiología, y mi pasión es contribuir, y a través de esa empresa que represento, que es Soluciones Agrícolas Ecoinnovadoras, es contribuir a que la investigación encuentre el mercado, que el conocimiento salga de los centros donde se genera el conocimiento, la investigación, y que genere soluciones para problemas que existen en el mercado. Entonces, esa conexión entre conocimiento y práctica, investigación y mercado, nos parece absolutamente clave, y nosotros como empresas pues aplicamos procesos de diseño sistémico, de metodología ágiles para, junto con los sectores productivos, en particular el mundo agroalimentario, identificar los problemas y construir, diseñar procesos de innovación para que se encuentren soluciones. Para financiar estos procesos muchas veces nos apoyamos en los proyectos europeos, en financiación pública. Por lo tanto, ahí vemos una gran oportunidad de establecer colaboraciones, sinergias con otros actores que trabajan en el sector agro. Esta presentación de hoy se basa principalmente en 3 proyectos en el que estamos trabajando como SAE. El primero que abrió esta línea de trabajo es el proyecto Farms for Climate, que iba de generar herramientas digitales para que los pequeños agricultores mediterráneos puedan acceder a oportunidades vinculadas a la agricultura de carbono. En Marvik, bueno, no lo tocaremos tanto hoy, pero estamos desarrollando herramientas digitales también, pero en este caso mucho más técnicas, basada en inteligencia artificial y análisis de imágenes satelitales para dar seguimiento, para hacer para demostrar la huella de carbono del campo agrícola en remoto. Y esto es un gran proyecto de investigación más bien. Y luego somos coordinadores de Credible, que es un proyecto europeo en el que estamos liderando para construir una red de redes de expertos, actores, personas interesadas en dar credibilidad, en crear consenso sobre la agricultura de carbono y las oportunidades que esta brinda al sector agro. Entrando ya en la presentación en sí, como el título es Living Labs y Carbon Farming, pues ¿qué es un Living Lab? Con Living Lab nosotros nos referimos a un proceso. Entonces no es un sitio, porque pensando en laboratorio, pues lo normal es pensar en un espacio físico, no, pero estamos hablando de un proceso. Living Lab es un proceso multiactor de codiseño de la innovación. Entonces es muy importante, es un elemento clave que en la comisión se está empujando fuerte por ese concepto, porque entienden al final lo que hablaba cuando presentaba la misión de la empresa, ¿no? Que si generamos investigación fin a sí misma, que sale de la curiosidad del investigador, pues es una investigación que se quedará allí, en los cajones del laboratorio. Lo que se necesita es que la investigación se amoldee, se haga para resolver problemas que existen. Entonces, la forma mejor es directamente sentar a la misma mesa quien el problema lo tiene. En este caso, como nos movemos en el sector agro, pues agricultores, grandes empresas del sector agroalimentario que tienen problemas se sientan con investigadores, administración pública y se diseña un proceso en el que pues, en conjunto, al final serán los investigadores que harán la parte más de desarrollo, pero bueno, en conjunto se intenta generar soluciones tecnológicas, soluciones de procesos, soluciones de modelo, soluciones a esos problemas. Ese es un living lab, entonces sentar varios actores a trabajar la innovación conjuntamente. ¿Y qué es la agricultura de carbono? Pues a esta altura ya lo tendréis claro. Lo que me parece importante remarcar es que se habla de agricultura de carbono para referirnos a un modelo de negocio. Entonces no es cualquier cosa. Por supuesto hay muchas prácticas agrícolas que aumentan el carbono en el suelo, que aumentan la materia orgánica en el suelo. Pero bueno, son prácticas. Se habla de agricultura de carbono cuando es un modelo de negocio mirado a generar un incentivo económico para que el agricultor tenga ese incentivo para implementar prácticas distintas de la que hace. Básicamente, el agricultor tendrá su sistema de manejo que básicamente decide según un análisis económico-financiera de los costes-beneficios de implementar una serie de prácticas miradas a la generación de una cosecha. Entonces habrá prácticas que tiene sentido llevar a cabo, costan, pero tienen un retorno de la inversión importante, y otras que quizá no se salen de la lógica económica. Y por lo tanto, estas prácticas pues, no se llevan a cabo. Pues aquí es donde interviene la agricultura de carbono en los mercados voluntarios de carbono, que son los que sujetan en este momento la agricultura de carbono. Básicamente, los mercados voluntarios de carbono sirven para financiar aquella práctica que de otra manera no se llevarían a cabo. Entonces, no pensamos en la agricultura de carbono como una oportunidad para financiar cosas que ya se están haciendo, porque no se trata de eso. Se trata de financiar una transformación, de financiar acciones climáticas, de financiar algo que no se hubiera hecho y que además tiene un impacto climático, ¿vale? Entonces, eso es muy importante tenerlo en la cabeza. Entonces, ¿por qué juntar agricultura de carbono en Living Lab? Pues básicamente porque la agricultura de carbono se implementa a través de seleccionar, elegir prácticas que tienen un impacto climático, de alguna manera, aumentan la materia orgánica en el suelo. El objetivo último es ese. Pues esa práctica tiene sentido según las condiciones edafoclimáticas en las que te encuentras, ¿vale? Entonces ya hay un primer elemento que hace que la agricultura de carbono tenga sentido a nivel como regional. Esa zona, con sus características, pues tiene sentido ciertas prácticas. El segundo elemento que regionaliza la agricultura de carbono es que las prácticas tienen sentido según el cultivo. Una cubierta vegetal puede tener sentido en un cultivo leñoso y sentido ninguno en una hortaliza. Entonces, esta selección de prácticas tiene sentido en un contexto sectorial. Yo, que soy el sector fruta de hueso de esta región, pues sé cómo se cultiva la fruta de hueso normalmente, sé lo que no tiene mucho sentido hacer, pero que podría tener un impacto climático, podría aumentar la materia orgánica en el suelo. Normalmente no lo hago. Si me pagan para hacerlo, pues lo puedo considerar, pero es una consideración que surge de intereses sectoriales o de conocimiento que tiene el sector. Por lo tanto, aquí se entiende por qué nosotros creemos o entendemos que hacer agricultura de carbono a nivel de cultivos, sectores y regiones tiene mucho impacto. Y es juntando intereses sectoriales, la administración pública, la sociedad civil se toca y el mundo académico de la investigación que se desarrollan modelo de negocio o esquema de carbono que tenga sentido para ese sector específico. Para nosotros es clave. Y además eso no surge de nuestra simple lógica, sino de experiencia directa en el campo. Nosotros, dentro del programa del proyecto Farms for Climate, hemos trabajado con la asociación Alvelal en ese territorio en el sureste ibérico, que es un territorio que abarca más de 1 millón de hectáreas, en el que está particularmente abocado al cultivo del almendro. Hay 130.000 hectáreas de almendro secano, con más de la mitad de eso en ecológico. Entonces tiene una vocación muy clara a nivel de cultivo, y sobre ese cultivo se ha hecho un trabajo, una investigación, y se ha llevado a cabo, o se está llevando a cabo, un proyecto de carbono. Aquí han entrado agricultores que gestionan en conjunto 15.000 hectáreas. Junto a ello se han identificado las prácticas que tienen sentido actuar: cubierta de vegetales, fertilización orgánica y empleo de bioestimulantes, y zanja de infiltración para maximizar el contenido o la retención de agua en el territorio. Gracias a análisis y trabajo de campo se ha establecido que, dependiendo del contexto, pero en esta zona, en las fincas se pueden llegar a secuestrar entre 5 y 10 toneladas de carbono equivalente al año, y que esto va a generar para este territorio, esos 15.000 hectáreas, unos ingresos extra de entre 2 y 3 millones de euros al año. Entonces aquí vemos ya que son cifras que demuestran el impacto. Por supuesto, parte de ese dinero hay que emplearlo para llevar a cabo las prácticas. Pero muchas veces esas prácticas son sustitutivas. Entonces, vale, yo implemento esta práctica que me cuesta, pero no estoy llevando a cabo otra práctica que también tenía un costo. Entonces, el equilibrio suele que el agricultor tenga unos beneficios adicionales y interesantes, porque ahí están los cálculos. Es realmente un modelo de negocio que en esta zona pues, está promoviendo una transformación de la forma de cultivar y generando beneficios para el agricultor. Ese concepto de Living Lab asociado a agricultura de carbono lo estamos proponiendo y promoviendo también dentro de este proyecto Credible. Esta zona de la que acabo de hablar es una de las 4 regiones que vamos a tomar como ejemplo, junto a una región en Italia, otra en Eslovaquia y una en Finlandia. Son 3 cultivos, sistemas agrícolas distintos, de foresta como tomate, almendro, como hemos visto, cereales, pero estos procesos multiactores se repiten aquí para demostrar que tiene sentido ese proceso muy regionalizado, ¿no? Crear la agricultura de carbono basada en las necesidades del sector. Antes de terminar, nosotros estamos aquí, nos postulamos como socio de cualquier actor, cualquier sector, cualquier región interesada en pisar ese camino, en demostrar que efectivamente la agricultura de carbono tiene sentido si apunta a mejorar la gestión de cada cultivo y en cada zona. Y nosotros pues, podemos llevar nuestra experiencia y llevar a cabo este proceso a toda la zona, a toda Europa, aunque claramente nos enfocamos más, tenemos más experiencia en España y en general en los cultivos del Mediterráneo. Dicho esto, y ya termino 20 segundos, estamos organizando junto al EIT el Climate Kick, el primer gran evento de agricultura de carbono en Europa. Será en Valencia del 5 al 7 de marzo. O aquí podéis encontrar los enlaces para coger más información. Vamos a tocar 3 aspectos principales a lo largo del evento, que será muy dinámico, muy interactivo. no es una típica conferencia científica donde hay solo presentaciones, sino hay muchísimas oportunidades para interaccionar, interagir y hablar y compartir. Principalmente se habla de cuáles prácticas son útiles en el contexto europeo, cuáles son los mecanismos de certificación del crédito de carbono, los estándares que hay que desarrollar y cómo se hace el monitoreo del impacto climático de la agricultura de carbono, por lo tanto la tecnología, los procesos. Os invito a seguir, a visitar estas páginas web y a registraros en el evento. Aquí os dejo mi contacto, mi correo y la web de la empresa. Me repito nuestro interés en utilizar la agricultura de carbono como un elemento de cambio que a la vez que contribuya a reducir la huella del sector agro, también contribuya o genere recursos para los agricultores. Pues os deseo un buen procedimiento de la jornada. Hasta luego y hasta pronto.
Muchas gracias. Vamos a pasar a la siguiente ponencia. Es Melissa Ives de Souza Oliveira, de la Universidad del Algarve de Portugal. Ahora, ya. Serán los tres. Sí. Perfecto.
There is something for pesticides?
Sí. Okay. Perdonad, pero se me ha olvidado comentaros que ellos son otra parte de los socios del proyecto de Life Geocarbon de Portugal. Es importante.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I would like to thank you all for your presence. My name is Melissa Eva Oliveira, and I'm with Dr. Carlos Guerreiro and Dr. Thomas Panagopoulos. We came from University of Algarve to present to you today our research entitled "An Applications of the Rough Amistad Carbon Models in Different Farm Systems at Algarve, Portugal." So to give you a context about the soil organic carbon pool, the soil worldwide contains about 2,500 pentagrams of organic and inorganic carbon. And since the advent of agriculture 10,000 years ago, the SLC loss ranges from 55 pentagrams to 320 pentagrams, and land use changes are the second most relevant anthropogenic source of carbon into the atmosphere, just losing for fossil fuel combustion. Considering this scenario, restoring degraded soils and ecosystems, adopting recommended management practice can reduce emissions of CO2 by 0.4 to 1.2 pentagrams of carbon per year for the next 20 to 50 years. So we need to think that SLC sequestrations not only reduce the risks of climate change, but also improves the soil quality, the agronomic productivity, and also the global food security. So the benefits of enhancing the SLC pool, it's mainly seen in three big mechanisms. So the plant available water capacity, the supply of nutrients, and the soil structures and other physical and biological properties are mechanisms that it's increased by enhancing the SLC pool. So with those three mechanisms, we can increase also the agronomic yields. So we can say, yes, SLC is strongly linked with soil management practice, soil properties, and climate. That's why it's so important to monitor our SLC pool. But how can we do that? There's a lot of way of monitor SLC pool, but the use of carbon calculators is an indirect way of doing that. In our research, we used the rough Amistad carbon model This carbon calculator, it's a process-based model of carbon turnover in non-waterlogged soils. It simulates the SLC turnover according to specific site conditions and relating it to management practices. It's one of the most commonly used soil models today. And the set of inputs is a crucial advantage when compared to other models that needs much more inputs. And the range of dynamics SLC process capture is lower, but due to its manageability, it's a good candidate for global modeling exercise. It takes into account the effects of temperature, the moist content and the soil type. It uses a monthly steps. And also, considering the structure of the model, the SLC is divided into 5 compartments or pool, depending on the composability. So the RPM is the resistant plant material, the GPM is the decomposable plant material, the bio is the microbial biomass, the HUM is the humidified organic matter, and the IOM is the inert organic matter. So to use this model is needed first the input data. So first you can input your land management, where you input your crop parameters. So the soil coverage period, the monthly input of plant residues, and the farmyard manure. Also, you need to input the weather data. So the average monthly mean air temperature, the precipitation, the open pan evaporation, the clay content of the soil, and the depth of the soil lead sample. With those 2 input data and with the initial SLC content, you can start to run the model. There's a lot of ways of running the model, but we first did the inverse model. So the model is run in inverse mode to determine the amount of carbon input needed to generate the initial SLC content for each experiment. With that carbon input, we used the equilibrium approach. So the scenario is run continuously for 10,000 years in a spin-up run to achieve a steady state condition. Once the steady state condition is established, the model can be run in a long-term or a short-term analysis, and these periods allow the observations of changing in SLC over time under different management scenarios. The goal of our approach was to determine how sustainable agriculture practices influence on soil carbon sequestrations over the years. In our study, we studied 4 different farms, and we compared. So all the farms used sustainable soil management, and we compared with a scenario where they leave the farm business as usual, so without any agriculture practice. So we did a 10-year analysis from 2021 to 2031. Here are the farms under analysis. Mainly, they were located in Algarve, and one of them was located in Alentejo. Quinta Marighera is located in Faro. It's a 4-year-old conventional avocado farm with 36 hectares of area. The Orgânica Shanti is located in Conceição de Tavira. It's a 15-year-old organic polyculture farm with 2.5 hectares of area. Quinta do Lá is located in Vila Nova de Cancela. It's a 4-year-old conventional avocado farm with 4.5 hectares of area. And the Centro de Agroecologia e Regeneração para o Semiárido, we called here CARES. It's located in Mértola, in Alentejo. It's a 4-year-old agroforestry center with an experiment of 500 meters square of area. So here in table 1, it's a summary of the rough sea inputs in the different farm systems. In the columns, you can see the mean annual air temperature, the mean annual precipitation, the depth of the lead sample, the clay content of the soil, the initial soil organic carbon at the farm, the inert organic matter, the carbon input needed to procedure the initial SLC content at equilibrium, and the carbon input used in a sustainable soil management at the farm. So is the plant input plus the farmyard manure. And finally is the GPM-RPM ratio. Here is our output. You can see that first, the Y0 represents the stocked SOC in the initial, in the beginning of our research, the stocked initial SOC. And after, along those years, when all farmers applied a sustainable soil management, all the SOC increased on the soil, while if they lived business as usual, the SOC decreases. Here also you can see that the Cares farm, since it's an agroforest system, there is a high amount of plant input, so it's the biggest SOC content along the years. Also, Organic Ashanti farm, it's organic polyculture, and we know that polyculture can increase a lot the carbon content of the soil. That's why the beginning, it's also huge quantity. And about the other two farms, that is avocado farms. Avocado, it's a crop that needs always to be pruned, and the amount of prune, it's huge. And both of the farms applied that plant residue into the soil. So you can see the huge increase of the SOC content along the years. Here are some pictures of the farms under analysis, the soil quality, and also the plant input. So in our conclusions, it was obvious to see the advantage of using sustainable agriculture practices, and the SOC loss and gain, it's highly related with the agriculture practice. So in all of those farms, we had different sequestrated SOC. And the Geo CARBON project was instrumental in changing attitudes and mindsets. Our future plans is to verify our results, because since the crop grows and the amount of pruning increase every year, it's important to do field trials with farms. And also we would like to calculate the net carbon sequestration, so the carbon footprint. Also, we would like to explore new techniques. I don't know if you heard about that company. It's the name is Life Geocarbon. It's a US company, and they are making biotech seedlings. And these plants are capable of sequestrating more carbon in less area. So those developments offer exciting possibilities for the future of sustainable agriculture. I'm going now to pass the word for Dr. Carlos Guerreiro.
Hello, good morning to everyone here and online watching us and hearing. I'm here to present some approaches that we did with drone imagery and satellite imagery, especially the drone, because we are most able to use. We have some equipment, and we tried to estimate the SOC digitally, remotely sensed environment indices, and we use the SOC, which is based on the NDVI less the bare soil index. So if you use the NDVI, the results are more or less the same. So when we don't calculate the SOC, we can use the well-known NDVI. Next, it's the green. Our methodology was more, the fluxogram of our methodology was this one here. I think our final output, we did the flights, we did the orthophoto maps, we compute the NDVI and BSCI and then calculate the SOC digitally. So the results are now here for the 4 farms that Melissa presented before. One is in Alentejo, 3 in Algarve. And here I want to mention that they are in the area, they are very different. One has nearly 40 hectares, one has 4 hectares, 10 times less. Another one is 2.5 hectares, and the organic, the polyculture is 500 square meters. So they are very different in size. So the use of these methodologies, if you use drones or if you use satellite imagery, are very, very, very difficult to use. The biggest one, the Quinta de Mariguerro on the left side, we have the orthophoto maps for 40 hectares on the top left. On the bottom left, Quinta do Lar, the name, it's 4.5 hectares. Organic Shanty in Tavira 2.5 on the top right, and Cares 500 square meters. The maps of the SOC with the drones, we did the zonation, so we try to find variability in the area. If you see the two avocado orchards on the left side, they are more or less equally managed, so there are the big difference in the soil organic carbon. But regarding the organic shanty and the Cares, here we can see on the bottom right any difference because they are a small parcel, so it's difficult to find some variability. However, I would like to mention that on top right, we have different amounts of organic matter. The yellow one, this has a laser, yeah, sorry. The yellow one here, we have more SOC estimated, which is in accordance with the maintenance that the farmer, the lady who is the owner, applies residue under the trees, under the area. On the left side, we can see the laser there. On the left side, on the orange, we have fig trees, which she doesn't anything, only the fall of the leaves drops down on the soil, and it's more or less the organic input that she has. However, on the other ones, on the yellows, she does residue inputs, mulching mainly, and she has more stock estimation digitally on the field. I want to show also what is the difference between the drone imagery and a satellite imagery and the fine tuning that the drone can do. However, we can use it in large areas because it takes too much time. Satellite imagery is better for this kind of situations. Here we have the image on the left side of obtained with the drone. The same imagery on the satellite. You can see the fine tuning of the small pixel that we have on the left side, which is 3 or 4 centimeters per pixel. And here we have 10 meters per pixel, which is a big difference. If you look for the smallest one, you can see the pixel. Each one is 10 meters on the right, and the left side, we can have the drone imagery. So finishing this part, we can use these two methodologies to digitally estimate SOC. However, we need the data, the soil data analysis that we need to collect in the field, because we have to correlate the percentage of carbon in the soil with the values of the reflectance that we have obtained in the drones or in the satellite imagery. So this is more or less that we wanted to show you too, that with the techniques remotely sensing, we can obtain good maps of SOC, and we can only estimate, not say the right value of SOC that we have in the soil. So I'm going to pass to Thomas. I think it's yours, the first one. You need that.
Okay, and another aspect of our research at the University of Algarve was the social aspect. We wanted to learn about what our farmers are cultivating, where is located their fields, if they are all together or spread in different places, if they are irrigated or not, if they use fertilizer and what fertilizer, if they plow their field and how often they do it, if they destroy the vegetation. And we found out that the majority is not plowing their fields, never during the year. They cultivate trees for several years. Majority, almost all of them, irrigate. Majority, 80% uses chemical fertilizers and only 20% organic. But also 89% is incorporating the remnants from previous cultivation and from pruning into the field. From interviews to the farmers, we had a lot of promising messages. Majority say that is willing to support carbon farming, and they support polyculture in sustainable local food practice. Many of them, they already do sustainable techniques to capture carbon in their farm. And some of them, they say they don't even need subsidy because they believe that this is the future and they will apply it anyway. From the interviews, we collect the words and we created this word cloud. It is in Portuguese, but we can see that the most frequently used words was subsidy, carbon, support, control, environment, soil, compensation. So this word was repeated in most of our interviews with the farmers. So thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. ¿Hay alguna pregunta que queréis hacerle?
Okay, thank you very much and congratulations for your contribution, for your participation and for the collaboration we had during the Geo CARBON project. To be honest, I would like to say that this work is a step forward what the Geo CARBON had to play. Actually, we did what the Geo CARBON wants, and you did also a step forward. That is very good because Geo CARBON just needed a review of sea models, of carbon models, and not only you did this work, but also you did more things. You applied what the activity data, what you collect with activity data. You did carbon farming modeling and calculation of shock sequestration. That is good. And also in Spain, also gave us data from doing the modeling, the shock modeling, and Italy as well. And also we had applied ROSI modeling, and all of this information, all of the results will be concentrated in our final report, in our work of Geo CARBON. It will be applied not only in journal or whatever, but also to inform farmers. And as Alfonso said before, the Geo CARBON will give it to farmers, will give to stakeholders all the appropriate information that they gained from this experience that we had from European Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't need any answer. Just yeah.
¿Alguna pregunta más? Bueno, pues damos paso a la última charla de hoy, que nos la va a dar Gerardo Bianconfiore, investigador en el CNRIB en Agricultura Regenerativa del Consejo Nacional de Investigación de Italia en Bioeconomía. También es otro partner del proyecto Life Geocarbon. Adelante.
Good morning to everybody. Can you hear me?
Gerardo,
Good morning.
¿me puedes oír?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Sí,
Okay.
perfecto.
I'm going to share my screen, but I need to close my camera because my connection is a bit slow. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning to everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to share the results from Geo CARBON project for the Italian partners. Thanks to the organization and to the beautiful day. I will show you the results about Italy and particularly for Tuscany region for Geo CARBON project. Geo CARBON project in Italy focused in the oliviculture sector, and the main goals of the project were the evaluation of the feasibility to mapping management practices with regional coverage for olive groves, understanding the existing conditions to implement carbon farming initiatives, and try to create a community of practices between different actors. To do this, we started with a pedological data collection for the area of Eastern, so Tuscany region, the agricultural data collection from farmers, and the organization of workshops for farmers and stakeholders for dissemination activities and awareness. We know that oliviculture has a big impact in the agricultural sector of European Union. It represents a significant share of the agricultural economy in Southern European countries. In Italy, it represents 9% of agricultural land, focusing on Tuscany region. It is the first Italian region in olive oil exports, with covering 32% of total Italian export. The organic production covers 15,500 hectares and represents 17-18% of organic regional surface. There are more than 415 active mills, and the total surface covered by olive groves is around 90,000 hectares. One of the main problems is that most of the olive groves are abandoned or not cultivated. 90% are placed in hill or low mountain regions, and they are characterized by fragmented surfaces, old plants, low yield per hectares, and high age of farmers. So the consequence is that this crop is frequently on the sidelines when it comes to investments and application of specific carbon farming or sustainable soil management practices. Starting with the first goal for Italy, Geo CARBON project, we shared soil data for some of the Italian regions that have suitable and available data according to their license. In addition to Tuscany, we had other two more regions. Data have been extracted from the regional soil database at 1 to 10,000 scale. And here we can see some of the parameters provided as available water capacity referred to the entire soil up to a maximum of 150 centimeters, saturated hydraulic conductivity on the section 150 and 030 centimeters, sand clay silt in weight percentage for the first 50 centimeters and percentage of organic matter. Regarding to agricultural data collection from farmers, Dimitris already showed the questionnaire, and this is an extract of this questionnaire used to carry out a preliminary survey to have an idea about soil management practices in the region, and also to understand what is the awareness in regarding specific type of practices and carbon farming in general. The practices chosen are type of fertilizer and then application, how organic residues are managed, so mainly prunings or also meal residues, if they are simply mulched or used to produce compost on farm, use of cover crops and the termination methods, soil tillage, which we know obviously have a great impact on organic matter and soil carbon, and the integration of grazing, another tool that can help, if well managed, also in the olive groves, to preserve, also increase organic matter in soils. For the socioeconomic aspects and the farmer's point of view, we investigate to understand the starting point for implementing carbon farming initiatives and to provide useful information for future policies, and to understand if this market and the related compensation process can be implemented. Regarding the method for the selection of the sample and acquisition of information, we've been trying to reach a wide spectrum of socioeconomic realities, selecting farms with different characteristics in terms of size, so between 5 and 125 hectares, in terms of model, from family farms to farms specialized in olive cultivation and oil production, in terms of methods, organic, conventional, integrated, and all these realities have been contacted by mail or thanks to contacts already established with a request of participation to the project, a project presentation, the questionnaire, and field trip proposal. Trying to cover as much territory as possible, we try to get in touch with some realities that associate and connect many Toscan farms, hoping in their collaboration, or at least to be able to collect the largest number of contacts. Especially, we contacted the consortium of Toscan olive oil protected geographical indication that brings together around 9,000 associated farms and producers, 4 consortium of protected designation of origin that brings together around 600 producers, 40 of the more than 415 mills of the region that are also farmers, some agricultural cooperatives, agricultural associations, even the rural payment agency of the region that has access to the data of all farms. We made also research through website, personal contacts, agronomists, farms we already work with, and at the end, not a lot answered. We were able to reach more than 450 realities, but very few of them answered and filled the questionnaire. In the end, we collected data from 47 fields. The 47 questionnaires corresponds to an area of approximately 798 hectares of olive groves. And in this slide, we see the map of the soil regions of Tuscany region that are homogeneous in terms of pedogenetic factors and the distribution of the fields related to the farmers interviewed. In terms of pedoscapes, the sample covered a wide geographical area and the spatial distribution of the questionnaire among soil regions show the occurrence of mainly 3 of these soil regions. In this slide, we see the distribution of questionnaire with respect to soil systems. So going down to a more detailed scale, the one of soil systems, we use the regional olive grove map according to coordinate land cover, and we verify the representativeness of the sample by comparing the percentage distribution of olive groves among soil systems on the left and the distribution as number of studied fields among soil systems on the right. So we can see that the soil systems with a higher occurrence between olive groves, so up 4, up 7, up 6, and so on, in Tuscany are the same for the studied fields. Even if the number of questionnaires is not large, it well represents the Tuscan olive grove scenario in terms of soil systems. So, because the surveyed olive groves occur on the soil systems where olive groves are most widely distributed. Regarding the investigation about correlations between adoption of practices and field futures, here we can say multi-correspondence analysis between soil management practices that shows the trend between farmers going already for sustainable soil management practices to choose and implement several of these practices together. This could be explained by the fact that the sample is not well representative of the entire Tuscan oliviculture scenario, mainly due to the fact that this is an exploratory study on a voluntary basis. So the farmers that took part of the survey were those already aware about carbon farming. And probably if we had invested in more tangible services for farmers, for example, soil analysis, we would have had more response. And the same if we look at the occurrency of conservation practices, carbon farming practices. These are the most common between the interviewed. And for example, no tillage is predominant, followed by light tillage. The same for organic fertilization and no fertilization, sowing of cover crops and recycle of organic residues. We had also the presence of production of compost on farm, and that are adopted by more than half of the farmers, and grazing. Regarding the correlations between field dimension and agronomic practices, we find a correlation between the incorporations of residues and farm surface. So small farmers used to incorporate organic residues into the soil, or to manage these residues producing compost. This could be linked to the fact that from one side, for smaller farms, it's easier in a logistically point of view to handle the production of compost, or contrary, to mow residues directly in the field to reduce also internal costs. Between the soilscape variables that we investigated, the slope had a correlation with the type of tillage, showing the fact that where the slope is higher, no-till is prevalent, maybe referable to higher costs when operating in hilly areas, more risks for farms operators, awareness about risk of soil erosion. But anyway, it is a good news for hilly soils. Then between soilscape variables that we investigated, the slope had a correlation with with the sand and clay through the Cruz-Caboles test did not show any correlation with cultural soil practices. But in agronomic terms, there should be a correlation between soil management practices and texture of the soil. And we can explain this absence with the fact that the data are not so robust, and it's a bit approximate to link data on 1 to 10,000 scale and field data. This is confirming the fact that we need to collect field soil data to have solid results. Regarding the socioeconomic side of the survey, between farmers, agriculture is recognized to be able to contribute to climate change mitigation. And for most of the farmers, carbon farming practices are expected to increase their profits in oliviculture with high benefits. Carbon farming practices are moderately expected to be adopted in the next 3 years without subsidy. And there has been a difficulty in evaluating the compensation for carbon farming practices, but in general, it is stated around 250 and 400 euro per hectare. This last slide is to give an overview of the projects already implemented in Italy, with the goal of the improvement of knowledge about conservation of practical effects, the informatization and harmonization of available information and processes, and supporting farmers for certifications of carbon credit markets, estimation of tools and guidelines to develop a regulatory framework for carbon certification system, and transfer information from the agricultural world to decision makers. These projects involve several regions of Italy, but Geo CARBON is the first project involving Tuscany region. Thanks for your attention.
Muchas gracias, Gerardo. ¿Alguna pregunta? ¿No? Bueno, pues ya hemos llegado. ¿Te sientas ahí? Al final del primer día de nuestra reunión final de GeoCarbon. Y creo que van a poner en pantalla a todos los ponentes que queden a estas horas, si es que queda alguno. Y le paso la palabra a mi compañero José Antonio Pascual.
Bueno, en principio ahora tendríamos una mesa redonda. Esta mesa redonda, en principio vamos a digamos, sustituirla un poco por las posibles, bueno, va a ser una mesa redonda, pero más de las posibles preguntas o comentarios que se tengan, tanto en la sala como online, si es que los hay. De todas formas, yo he ido recogiendo los diferentes cuestiones que han comentado, digamos, en la web. Y entonces este tipo de preguntas se las vamos a trasladar a los panelistas y los panelistas las responderán y como tenemos los emails absolutamente de todos, os mandaremos una especie de abstract con lo que han sido las jornadas y con las posibles cuestiones que hayan, de las que yo tengo, además de las que se puedan generar ahora si hay alguna. Mientras si vemos si hay alguna o no hay ninguna, lo que quería comentar es en primer lugar pedir disculpas por el retraso, porque hemos sido muy retrasados en la jornada, pero hemos querido condensar mucha información porque creíamos que toda la información que poníamos era importante y queríamos, digamos, que llegase a la máxima audiencia. Y esto, pues bueno, con los problemas del directo, los problemas de las conexiones con internet, etcétera, etcétera, pues nos ha llevado un poco de retraso. Pero en principio, aparte de las disculpas, también lógicamente quiero agradecer en primer lugar a las dos asociaciones agrícolas que han estado o que han participado, que creo que nos han dado su punto de vista. Luego también a la Unión Europea, porque creo que han puesto o nos han puesto las pinceladas de por dónde van las cosas, que yo creo que siempre es importante. Cómo se está abordando este tema con las diferentes empresas y asociaciones sin ánimo de lucro que han participado. Y por supuesto, como no, al proyecto, digamos, a los participantes del proyecto GeoCarbon, tanto los que han hecho el esfuerzo en venir presencial para poder compartir con nosotros esta jornada de hoy y mañana, y también, por supuesto, a los que no han podido asistir, pero han hecho el esfuerzo de mandarnos el mensaje o de hablarnos en vivo. Muchísimas gracias a todos, por supuesto a ustedes también por vuestra asistencia, tanto personal como en streaming, y pedir disculpas por lo del retraso de nuevo y por los posibles fallos técnicos que hayan habido. Hemos intentado llegar a la máxima audiencia que hemos podido, tanto en inglés como en español. Muchísimas gracias. Doy por concluido, si no hay preguntas.
Os esperamos mañana para el segundo día de la reunión, ¿de acuerdo? Y ahora todo el que quiera está invitado a tomar un pequeño cóctel, comida, como lo queráis llamarme. Muchas gracias.
Y se me ha olvidado una cosa que es para nosotros muy importante dentro del proyecto GeoCarbon. El proyecto GeoCarbon todavía no ha terminado, nos quedan todavía un mes y medio para finalizarlo. Y os animo otra vez de nuevo, y perdonar por mi insistencia, a la, digamos, respuesta de la encuesta que tenemos tanto que hemos puesto el vídeo aquí, pero también la tenéis todos en vuestro email. En la parte de abajo os invitaba a que pincharais el link y respondierais en español. Y si queréis responderla en inglés, también se le puede hacer traducción automática y se hace, o bien acceder a la página de GeoCarbon, que ahí está la verdadera, digamos, en versión original. Muchísimas gracias a todos.